A little late. I admit it. I apologize. Let's see here. Okay. Pumpkin spice is trash. I'm not a part of the pumpkin spice club. You know who is? Fancy Whites, Squatch. I thought we cleared up all the information, misconceptions, trivia about Fancy Whites last time. Don't get me started on The Last Jedi. Second best Star Wars movie of all time. All right. Okay. So where are we at? This is Always Working Squatch number 17. 17 of these. That's entirely too many. I have thought a little bit about how many of these I'm going to end up doing because I think I've mentioned before, I don't intend to do one a week forever until the comic is done. I think that's just too many. I might start pivoting to like an every other week thing at some point in the future. Not anytime real soon, but I don't know. But we'll see. Anyway, so starting page 27 today, I'm back on track. I'm back on schedule, which is good. After being behind the past week or so, like I was behind and a little anxious about it. And then something that happened after the last video. So I think last Sunday, I was still trying to finish page 25. I was going to finish 25 that day and start 26, and that was on a Sunday. So it was like a full day, maybe a day and a half behind. And I was a little worried about getting 26 done quickly because 27, the one I'm starting today, I know is going to be a little involved. So I want that full week. I don't want to be trying to play catch up with page 27. Well, then, so I logged off after educating you all about Fancy Whites, and I started 26, finished 25, started 26, and realized I wasn't real happy with my page 26. Of the 3 panels that were on page 26, one I really liked the design of, the layout of. The first 2, I felt like these could be stronger. Like these aren't great. So it was, I was kind of restarting the thumbnail stage with page 26. Like basically totally, like I was like, I think I need to throw this out and just, I think there's got to be better panels out there to show what I'm trying to show. So kind of started from scratch on page 26, where normally I have a very clear idea. These are the panels I'm drawing. They're thumbnailed. I've got the dialogue figured out for those panels. It's all ready to go. I'm just drawing basically. I was sort of starting all over for 2/3 of that page, which was not ideal. I'm in catch-up mode. I'm already a day and a half behind, and I'm redesigning page 26. But I did come up with something I thought was better, and still managed to pull it off. I finished page 26 last night, so it all worked out. Okay, page 27. I'm not anticipating any kind of big dramatic changes. It should be exactly what I've planned out. It's one of those pages that I think probably anyone who does comics has had this experience. You have a picture in your head of what a panel or what a page is going to look like very early on, maybe even from the beginning. You just have a very clear idea of like, this page is going to be this. And this is one of those pages where it's one of the original pages I sort of pictured in my head of like, this has got to be one of the moments in this story. So it's another 3-panel page. We've kind of had a run of them. This is the last 3 pages. They've all been 3 paneling. 1, 2, 3 wide panels. It's another one of those. And then we don't have another one of those for a while. I think page 28, yeah, page 28 is a 6-panel page. Well, no, 29 is another 3-panel. 30 is a 5. 31 is a 1 to 5. Yeah, so it mixes up. It's just by the way it worked out. I hadn't really planned this. These last 3 pages were the same format, which is fine. So let's just start setting up that page. What's convenient about page 27 is, again, 3 panels, same orientation as the previous page. So we'll start by opening page 26 and save as with new name and clear everything off of that, and it's already set up. That'll make it easy. So opening Adobe Illustrator. I'm still caffeinating a little bit. Mr. Kendall, yes. Yes, I have overcome. It was fine. I just, I consider myself a pretty good prepper when it comes to comic work. That I'm pretty good at getting all my ducks in a row and thinking everything through and really like having everything dialed in before I'm drawing. I've always, and something I've emphasized probably a lot of times in these live streams and then in all my other videos, I prefer the drawing. When I'm sitting down to draw, I prefer that all the big decisions have already been made, like months ago. That it's basically just executing. I do leave room to improvise a little bit and keep it interesting for myself and design a little bit on the spot and come up with what looks right on the spot. But in terms of what's the layout on a page, how many panels, how big are they, what's going on in each panel generally, what's the dialogue in each one, all that stuff is decided. I'm not making it up as I go along. Because for me, drawing is hard enough. Like, I don't need to make it harder by like, no, I'll figure it out when I get there. But like, I don't know. I don't know what the dialogue is on this page. I'll just sort of see, like, I'll come up with it day of. Absolutely not. No way. That's a different Gary who's making all those decisions. That's sort of command and control. I'm just drawing. I'm just the art guy. I'm just getting instructions from writer Gary that he wrote, months ago about this is what you draw monkey. Now go to it. So I don't love it when I do come across a page like I did with this previous one that I feel like I didn't think through as carefully as I should have. And now when I'm looking at it, now when I'm getting ready to draw it, I'm feeling like there's a better version of this out there. I just know there is. That this is fine. It would be fine, but I'm not a fan of fine pages. Like, I'm a fan of every page is like nailing whatever I'm trying to do with that page. And I didn't feel like that was happening with page 26. I felt like there's a better version of this somewhere out there, and I just need to tune myself with the universe, and I need to lit the energies. This is all, I don't believe any of that horseshit, but it's that kind of thing. You have to just imagine, like, first you have to imagine, is there a better version of this conceivably? If you had 1,000, monkeys on 1,000 typewriters in a room, could they come up with a better version of this? Yes. All right, well, now I just need to allow the time to kind of think, well, what are some examples? And it's weird how the brain works. I don't know if this is a universal experience. Other creatives can weigh in. It's weird how it works, where I think sometimes it's difficult for whatever reason. At least for me. Tell me if you're the same. It's difficult to sit and say, like, what's a +1 version of this? Yet somehow it's easy to say, what would a better artist than me do? Like, what would a better writer than me? What would a better artist? What would a better comic person than me come up with? If, like, let's say this is my version, and let's say someone else out there did a D versus M 1979, and I was paging through this hypothetical version, and I was like, ah, that's a much better idea. What is it I'm seeing on that page? Somehow, for me, the way my brain works, that's like the weird path through the rat maze to like, what does that look like? And it unlocks it. If I'm just sitting like in a silo and be like, I need to come up with the best thing I can, I don't think it's going to be as good as me imagining this hypothetical superior D versus M creator. Like, how are they doing it in a way that makes me feel like, of course, that's how I should have done it. Like, I don't know, but that's how I usually get there. When in doubt, when I'm stuck, it's like, how does the better person do it? How does the better person, if this is I never actually do this to myself, but like, if Charlie Burns drew this, how would he do it? And like, even though I can't do that, sometimes it will unlock like, oh, he'd probably do something like this, and that would be pretty cool. And like, it can at least unlock, it opens up some doors somehow. I don't know. The mind is a mysterious and magical thing, guys. Okay. Let's open page 26 to rename as page 27. And I noticed people familiar with Illustrator will know this. When you're looking at the thumbnail, like, so you open Illustrator, it shows like recent files. My page 26 had all this negative space on the right side of it, which means there's some geometry in there, probably some leftover reference or something like that I was drawing off to the side that I failed to delete. And it's making, that would have screwed me in printing. So now I need to go and chase that down. So let's say we're going to do view outline, that, and I see it. I see two little specks that they were too small to see, but they are there. I have to delete those. Gone. There we go. Okay, resaving that. Now we're calling page 26 done. Is page 26 done? Now I'm looking at something I realized. I know, so there's something I didn't draw on page 26. The attitude when I did that, or more accurately, when I didn't do that, that you don't need it. Now I'm looking at it and it's looking unfinished to me. So I might just do a couple quick lines on 26 just to make that not stand out to me, and then move on to 27. So I am going to do just a tiny bit more work on 26. It's not a big deal at all. It should only take me a few minutes. It's just a couple. It's basically like, without getting into spoilers, talking about what I'm looking at, it's like a little highlight on something, basically, that I was drawing in other panels, but this one I just felt like, I don't know if I need it there. And as soon as I opened this page and saw it for the first time since last night, I was like, I need that. I do need that. I'm not looking at the chat for a second, so I will check in as soon as I get this figured out. See, Squatch, look at, you're seeing me work. Everything's fine. Everything's working out. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't panic. Don't cry. There are times when Squatch is messaging me about working. I could be wrong, but I really get the impression he was crying. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay for a man to cry, Squatch, but I just I don't think you need to be that upset. I think it's all gonna be all right. You're gonna get a new D versus M someday. I promise. I promise. But don't cry. Don't cry. It's all gonna be okay. I need you to be a brave little boy. Okay, I think just one more little detail on this. And it will be something I can live with. So just while I'm working on this, just sort of free associating. I believe, if you go back to some of my talk about, so I've paid my good buddies, Keith Foster and Scott Lost, my portion of the tables we're going to share at Phoenix Fan Fusion 2023, which is very cool, very exciting. And which means as soon as I get this done and out, printed and out and for sale, I'll have two orders of business very quickly. I'll have to get my pulp cover drawn, which shouldn't be so bad. Even like the worst case scenario, which was 97's pulp cover, which took me way longer than I wanted to take because I just learned on the fly, not only digital painting, but how not great I was at digital painting. So that slowed the whole process down. I managed to drag it across the finish line, and I'm happy with it, but it was just a lot more work than I had bargained for. I had a very specific idea of a look I wanted for that cover, and I was going to get that look, but it took a while. Anyway, even that, which was sort of the worst case scenario, it was only like 2 weeks, I think, or something. It wasn't that bad. So, but that will be something I need to figure out. And then, once that's done, because that I intend to have at the con, that will be like the convention exclusive, is the pulp edition of Dearest 7, 1979. Sorry, I'm doing the art thing where I do a line, I look at it, is that looking right? Do I need another one? I don't want to overwork this. I really did feel like it just needs like one or two things. Anyway, so pulp edition. And then I know what I had talked about here was, there. Okay, I'm walking away from this. That works. That looks fine. I think that's, again, I don't want to overwork this thing. Maybe just one more little thing. Let's see. Wait, let me see how this looks. That's it. That's it. Walking away, save. Locking layers. Yes. Yes. Okay. That's it. I'm going to just make sure one more time that's saved. Okay. Now, file, save as, page 27, starting a new page. Okay. So anyway, let me see. Now I'm checking to see if I've missed anything important in the chat. See a lot of Squatch feedback. 17 weeks. Break my heart. With a little fancy white smirk as he takes a fancy white sip of his fancy white beverage. It's black coffee, you asshole. Fancy white. I'm reading all your comments now as if you're crying, just by the way, just so you know. You break my heart, he says, with his fancy white smirk and a fancy white sip of his fancy white beverage. That's how I'm hearing it in my head, just so you know. Okay, what was I talking about? Okay, so I got to bust out a pulp cover for Deep Versus 1979 in time for Comic-Con. And then in a previous thing I was talking about, my intention is to compile the first 3 books into a trade paperback. So 75, 97, 79, all in one, presumably with some bonus stuff. I don't know what. I don't know. Like this normal stuff you'd expect. Maybe I would throw an interview in there. Maybe I would really like to throw concept stuff. Like I have boxes of the earliest beginning of the D versus M comics. So like the first sketches of the Men in Black and the first sketches of, just like all that stuff. Like me trying to figure out like, what would they look like? Maybe sort of like this. There's all sorts of the SketchUp model I built of the house in 75. Maybe people would like to see like that diagram of what that whole house looks like, because I totally built the whole thing out. Like I really kind of got carried away figuring out everything and making it logical, where like the plumbing would make sense for the place and where the water heater is would make sense. Like all that stuff, it's like, I don't know, maybe somebody would be interested in that if you were really into seeing the behind the scenes stuff. But anyway, my thought had been, once I finish 79, I'll do a Kickstarter for the trade. And I'm second guessing that because I forgot when Fan Fusion is, but I've never done a Kickstarter before. I don't know what will go into putting together a trade and what kind of material I want in there. And I don't know if that's too tight a window. I mean, you figure a normal Kickstarter is what, a month? So you sort of subtract a month from like where I'm imagining 79 will be done, and taking out the time for making a cover, like a pulp cover, and getting ready for Fan Fusion, like coming up with signage and like, like what I'm going to be selling. And I'll probably need different tiers of merch and all that. It's like, I don't know. It's like trying to squeeze a Kickstarter in there too tight. I think it might be too tight. So I haven't decided for sure yet, but I think there's a possibility now that a Kickstarter for the trade might be more of like a fall 2023 thing. And then for the following con season, the trade would be totally done, like thoroughly in the can and ready to go. And it just gives me a little more room for getting all my ducks in a row for fan fusion and not having the added distraction of like first Kickstarter ever, trying to get a trade together, dealing with shipping and all that. Like, I don't know. I worry that's going to be too much. So we'll see. I haven't, like I said, I haven't ruled it out. What I'll probably do is just after the new year, once I'm having a better sense of where I am with 79 and what I need to do for fan fusion, if a Kickstarter makes any sense at all. I don't really need a trade for fan fusion. I don't really need a trade on any particular timeline. And arguably, I don't even really need to kickstart it. There is a part of me that's just like, you know, it's 2020X. Everyone should do a Kickstarter once in their life. Like, there's a little bit of like, I've never done a Kickstarter, so maybe I should just try it at least once. You know, it's not like, oh, I need to, oh, I must. It's just like, I'd like to try that, which is almost an argument not to kill myself trying to do one in time for fan fusion. So anyway, that's the thought. Okay. Now, just I triple confirm I've saved this as a new file. I'm going to delete everything off this page except for the panel frames. All right, updated the page number. Always very exciting to me, page 27. Now we're ready to go. Now I'm going to open my Excel spreadsheet with my dialogue for panels 125, 126, and 127. So we only have a couple viewers right now, but who has watched Prey? I decided I had a little bit of time earlier in the week to watch the Predator sequel, Prey, or well, prequel really, I guess, over a couple nights. I watched like an hour here and an hour there. I thought it was good. Certainly, I mean, the first Predator is a league of its own. Like it's in no danger of being unseated. But I would say Prey is maybe the second best one, which granted doesn't mean a lot because a lot of the other Predator movies are trash, but it's a solid, I thought it was good. Yeah, I agree. I wanted the bear to look a little less CG. Like it just, I don't know, it looked a little silly to me. I guess I was spoiled by The Revenant. Like that bear in that movie was incredible. That looked really scary and real. This one looked very much like CG bear, I thought. But that's a small, I mean, these are small complaints. I thought overall it was really good. What else? I thought that Predator took a lot of unnecessary damage. Like he was not, like he's just a bullet sponge. Not literally bullets. I mean, just everything. Like everyone got like a free hit on him once. And almost everything that crossed his path got one good free hit. Then he usually retaliated with extreme prejudice, but everyone managed to like draw some blood off the Predator, which sort of, I didn't love that. But again, small complaints. I thought it was pretty cool. I was surprised how good it was. Especially, let's see here. Predator 2 is second. That's interesting. I remember that one being, I don't know, maybe I need to rewatch it. It's been 1,000 years since I've seen it. I don't know, but I remember that one maybe being the. But one, yeah, the AVPs have got to be on the bottom of the list. I think. I mean, I thought those were just stupid. And I almost unwatchable. That would have been awesome. That would have been amazing, but especially in that era of Fox, they were never going to do that. It was never going to be anything good. I mean, I have to say, like, when even they've announced that, in that era, with the movies they were putting out, you just knew, like, oh, I'm scared. Like, you just know it's not going to be great. But, and, you know, I don't know, what did you think Squatch of was it Predators, the one of like all the different soldiers and murderers and everything plucked and put on the game planet. I feel like that was pretty good. Like I thought that one was all right. I thought it got a bad rap and I couldn't figure out. I thought it was cool. I don't know. I thought it was a good, solid Predator movie. Again, nowhere near the first one, but it was good. I thought. I don't know. But okay, opening my dialogue. Yeah, I thought it was. I'm trying to think. I didn't like the. What was the most recent one before Prey? Was it The Predator? Is that what they called it? Yeah, I didn't. That one didn't work for me for some reason. I don't know why. But that first one, I could watch that one 1,000 times. Like I don't care. Like that first one is so good. Every part of it, every single part of it, it's just great. It's one of those perfect movies. Yeah, that was the thing. I think, and then this is a thing, and you see it in a lot of movies now. I don't love the new like weird self-aware like this is ridiculous, ha ha ha. Let's kind of make jokes about it as we're doing it, ha ha ha. Like I don't. I'm not a fan. Apparently, it must be popular because you see it in every goddamn movie. But you know, it had moments. It definitely had moments. But like when I'm talking, like a good example of it is like, why are you calling it? It was something like, why are you calling it the Predator? It's like, because it sounds awesome. It's like, would you stop? I don't. This is that self-aware kind of. This is so dumb. Let's make a joke about it. Like, let's make a very self-referential joke about it. I hate that shit so much. And I admit that's a taste thing. I like to go into these kinds of movies, whether it's comic book movies or sci-fi movies or whatever, and be like, I want to buy into this. I want to like, I want this to be like, kind of like D vs. Venom. Show it to me as if it was real. No, I don't care how crazy and stupid it is. Show it to me like it's real. And that's what I love about Predator. And that's what I love about Alien. I mean, a few of the Alien movies, but especially those first two, it's like there's no winks there. There's no like some character in the group in Alien saying like, "Well, we got a crazy alien eating us on the ship. Just another day at the office." Like making this like a joke. No, no, no. This isn't. Don't make it. No, no. Don't tip your hand. Let's just like go with it. Don't break character. I know. Honestly, I would settle for the Alien versus Predator Capcom arcade game, like at this point. I mean, even that game was better than a lot of the AVP movies. Actually, all the AVP movies for my money. But all right, dialogue. I don't think there's a ton of dialogue on this page, but there definitely is some, and I want to make sure I have it straight. I'm again not looking at the chat because I am pasting dialogue in. All right. And then I'm not going to show you this because I don't want you to see the dialogue, but what I do in my Excel spreadsheet, just for behind the scenes, it's broken down by panel and by page. Once I've copied in the dialogue for that page, I highlight those cells in Excel and fill them with like a dark gray color just so I remember where I left off, that this stuff is, I'm done with it. So then when I open it next week, it's very easy to find where I was. I don't have to sit and read page numbers and try and scan. I can just kind of scroll until I don't see a shaded cell. Because again, drawing is hard enough. If there's any place I can streamline so I don't have to think too hard. That's another thing I wanted to ask the fellow creatives out there. I think this came up in an Artcasters chat. Recently, or at least in the past few months. I genuinely, when I'm in like this drawing mode for months where it's like all my extra attention, I have day job and then all my non-day job brain is basically being poured into drawing pages for months and months. I'm not saying this for a fact. I genuinely feel dumber than what I would consider my normal intellectual baseline. I don't know if that's a fancy white thing to say, but I find myself searching for words more when I'm drawing in drawing mode. I find myself trying to remember things more. I find myself it just seems like when you're operating at that limit of concentration and mental engagement for long stretches, for like a year or whatever, I feel it in other places. And I'm curious if that's just me or if anyone else has had that. And where it most is aggravating for me is when I'm talking to someone and I'm searching for a word. I hate it. I hate it. Like, it's just like, I know it's right there. And I feel like I do this more when I'm lost in drawing production mode. I don't know if anybody else is like that, where you just feel like this is, I really feel like, I think the analogy I use, this is a very nerdy analogy, but I think it's kind of like, remember in Star Trek when they were like facing off with someone and they had to reroute power from some systems to like shields? That's what I think my brain is doing. I think it's shifting all power to drawing. And so then every other thing is just like it's operating at 50% because all energy is being put into one part of my brain at the expense of every other one. That's how it feels. Okay. So there's some interesting font stuff going on with these recent pages. Without getting into spoilers, as usual, we have a non-human character making noises. And because I have an idea in my head of how this character sounds, I felt like the normal dialogue font that I use for all the normal human characters doesn't quite capture like the sound I picture in my head. So I picked another font that I think gets closer, but then I don't want it to look too fonty. I don't want it to be too consistent, or especially if you're seeing like the same letter here and there all over the page, it looks like you can tell it's not hand done because it's the same H or whatever all over. So I'm using it as a starting point and then I'm kind of hand lettering over it. So it's like it's getting me in the ballpark, but then doing it myself to kind of add a inconsistency and a sloppiness to make it seem more not as clean as a normal human speaker talking. Like you could tell that there's a little bit of distortion or variation or kind of sloppiness to the sounds. That's at least the logic. Anyway, so it makes some of the dialogue stuff not too much more complicated, but it's an extra step that I'm usually not doing. Okay. Dialogue in. Now, I'll save. Let's look at my reference images. And that means also for this page, I'm going to have to open SketchUp again because I'm in sort of a complicated room, and this is, I think, an angle we haven't seen before in this room, so I need to visualize like what you see, what you can't see, kind of get some perspective cheats. When it comes to perspective with my backgrounds, sometimes I do it old school, where you figure out your vanishing point, you do all that. Which I usually do if it's a very simple, straightforward thing, because that's fast. But when it comes to a complicated space where there's going to be a lot of weird, things to look at, that's usually where I'm leaning on whatever SketchUp set I made. Like a 3D model of whatever the set is, the scene. And basically, I'm finding the angle I want in that model. I might do a video of this at some point, just to show you my SketchUp process, like how I use SketchUp. But basically, I find the angle I want, I screen cap that, and I wouldn't say it's tracing, but it sort of starts as a trace. Like I'm dropping that in there and I'm figuring out my lines, and then I'm pulling that out and I'm kind of like finessing the lines and doing like whatever shadows, and I'm adding stuff that's not in the model, but it's giving me at least the bare bones. Some people, the art Nazis, would suggest that might be cheating. But I would argue, if you made the model, cribbing off yourself isn't really cribbing, is it? Like I made the model, tracing my own work. So I think that's allowed. If you consult your rule book, your art dipshit rule book about what's allowed and not allowed, that's actually allowed. Check it out. I think it's chapter 82. You just look it up, you'll see. Okay, it looks like we have somebody in the waiting room here, in the green room. Yeah, we were talking about that. Oh, that was the old. Okay, Mr. Lujan.
Sounds like you're on a roll, and I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm getting stuff done. I'm cranking.
You get stuff done, Gary.
Yeah, I'm getting stuff done.
Where's Josh? I'm looking for him.
I don't know. I think he might be watching and listening, but I don't know if he's.
Listen, Kimball, I want my money by 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
If I don't get it, I want it by 7 o'clock.
Okay.
If I don't get it by 7, we're talking like 9:30.
That's tough. So there's clearly repercussions to not paying.
Anyways, you're doing very well today. You're getting a lot done. And I just wanted to tell Squatch, because his name is on the show, that Gary's getting a lot done, and I think he deserves some props.
There we go. You hear
Yeah.
that? You hear that, Squatch?
I don't want to start rumors or anything, but Gary told me on the phone the other day he's going to have the book done by early November. Not only will Gary have the book done by early November, he's going to have it at your home delivered by early November. Done.
Boy, that's I'm kind of surprised I said that, because I'm looking at my plan here, and it's going to be a push. But maybe if I get if I win the lottery or get laid off or something like that, it could be possible.
You don't have time to play lottery, Gary. You need the book to finish.
I don't have time to go to Circle K and pick up a ticket.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being completely late and not out till 2023, 1 being that you're finished with the book today.
Oh, it definitely won't be out till 2023. I can safely say that. It's just a matter of, like, I think it's going to be, what part of Q1 is it going to be? That's the question.
2023?
Yeah.
That's way
there. It's August. It's almost September.
That is in the future, Gary.
It is the future.
It's like space future years.
Exclusive. Beaver's Down 1979 will come out in the future, not the past.
Okay. All right, I'll accept that. It's going to be good.
No, it's going to be here before you know it, but it will be after the holidays.
Okay.
For sure. Like, unless something crazy happens, unless like
real UFOs happen.
Well, I don't know. That might screw up the whole thing, but no, like, I mean, I can imagine this is how it's not going to happen. Like, but if Image came and threw a bunch of money at me, and saying like, hey, like, then, and I could quit my day job and work on this full time, maybe, or if I got laid off, which is not something we want at all. That's actually, in fact, that has an equally good chance of derailing 79, because then I'd be in job hunt mode. But like, let's say I was laid off. No, here's a better version. Let's say I got into a car accident and had to take
that's a lot better. Okay.
Short-term disability. Let's say it's not a bad thing. I break my legs or something. Like, not good. But I can't, like, I'm out of work for a little while. I can just sit at home and recover and work on the comic. That could do it.
One can only hope.
Try to run me off the road. This isn't a plan. But
one can only hope you break your legs.
Yeah, what? just the legs. Who needs legs?
You have to dream, and if you're gonna dream, both legs, not just one, both.
Right. But odds are, going by how it's going now, it will be Q1 2023. And
you know what?
Where
as a taxpayer,
yes.
I'm not gonna say I'm really happy with that answer.
Mm-hmm.
As a paying person in the public that pays my taxes,
yes,
I want D versus M. I wanted it this year, and I think you owe it to us taxpayers to tell us why we have to wait so long.
That's an interesting argument.
Why can't
the easiest way to explain it is I draw a page a week, and I have X number of pages left, and I can kind of do the math. And I just know,
why can't we have everything we want right away?
Right now? Why can't I have a PlayStation 5? I don't know.
Because that would delay you from doing the book.
That's true.
I like how this conversation started out that I was congratulating you from getting work done.
And now it's like, why isn't it November?
Not only that, but I'm also distracting you from working.
You are.
I'm not a I'm a horrible friend.
This guy right over
I'm not a good person, and I'm a horrible friend.
You're not a horrible friend.
I'm sorry. It's just that this money Josh owes me is really getting my goat.
I understand. Well, I told you, don't loan him $40,000. What are you doing? No.
It was $40. It was $40. $40. And he's already paid me back 36 of it. I'm just really pissed that I don't get my $4 by 7 p.m.
Maybe it was actually just 40 $100,000 bars. Maybe it was just I don't know.
That wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah.
But I picked up your book yesterday.
Which book?
The one with the alternate cover. 70. Is that 78 or is that?
They both have. I both have had an alternate cover.
Oh, the one with the spaceships on the cover. I'm not good with numbers. It's either 81, 62, or 49.
Probably 90.
91.
97,
92.
probably.
92.
I don't know.
Hike. Oh, sorry. I had a flashback. Anyways, no, I was looking at it yesterday. I just wanted to, because I mean, here's something to know.
Mm-hmm.
Physical copies of books, I love them. They're great, like them like everybody else, but
yes,
it's like you can't take them everywhere with you.
No, you can't.
And
I got you the PDFs.
Yeah, it didn't work though. I have to try that again. I want to get it on my iPad. Can you sell me a version that would work on my iPad?
I don't know why it wouldn't work.
Because you curse digital. You hate it with
probably
all your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. The witch you fired.
You see, Squatch is sitting here getting angrier and angrier.
God, I know. Sorry, Squatch.
You're gonna start getting the same level of attention.
You know what?
As I get from him.
Squatch,
I loved the little bit of the latest animation I think you shared today on Instagram, right? Was that yeah.
Josh and Cory play missing hikers in my film, except they don't do voices and they have no choice. I just put them in there. But they're two missing hikers.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm not gonna. I seriously want you to get stuff done, and I just want to have one message for Squatch out there. Squatch, if you're like me, and you really were looking forward to something in 2022, my film, The Night Eats Its Own, will be done in 2022.
There you go. That'll help you. So
it'll
just
help you get
focusing on The Night Eats Its Own, and by the time you get there, D vs. M 1979 won't be that far off.
No. Yeah. I think we'll have full disclosure before your book comes out too, by the way.
Do you have like a ballpark date for The Night Eats Its Own?
Yes, December 11th. No, I just made that up. No, but I hope to have it out in December. That's my goal.
December. There you go. I think that'll be perfect. That'll be a perfect get there and then like
Christmas present. It's like a
1979 is like probably right on the horizon.
It's like you ran downstairs and you open your Christmas present. You're so happy and you're like, but mommy, what I really wanted was daddy to come home this Christmas. And daddy being Gary's project. And mommy looks at you and goes, Kevin, little Kenny, Kevin, it's not going to happen this year.
Daddy's not coming home.
You know your daddy loves you, but he has another family.
He's living with
in Wichita.
Babysitter, remember?
Yeah, he ran off with the babysitter.
We talked about this.
And him and Caroline are really happy right now, and they don't love you as much. And that's what happened. That's like Gary's project.
Yes.
So
actually for December, I was hoping to have a sort of teaser trailer.
You will. I have faith in you. You will.
It will, because I have plans for both a teaser trailer and then a launch trailer. Already written out, and music and everything. I know the imagery and everything.
You're going to do it. I have faith in you. And Squatch, and you have faith in Gary too.
Hey, I'll just put you on the spot right now. Maybe there can be a teaser trailer right in front of The Night Eats Its Own. Look at that. Look at that. Look at
double feature.
There we go. Double feature.
I like it.
The exclusive trailer premiere in front of the exclusive Night Eats Its Own premiere. So
some people are saying that you already have the book done, and this is all a mirage.
It's just me turning the screws on Squatch.
I believe it. Anyway, Squatch.
I'm actually drawing the next one right now. I'm drawing D vs. M 4.
Last thing
already in the can.
Last thing I'll say before I go. Squatch, keep believing in Gary, because when you don't believe in Gary, he disappears.
There you go.
So,
and if I'm disappeared, I can't be working.
That's right. And double feature coming this December. So with The Night Eats Its Own and D vs. M 1923.
There we go.
All right. Bye, Gary.
Unannounced, exciting edition.
Awesome. Yeah. I'll see you in our treehouse tonight. Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Jim Luman, everybody. Okay. What was I doing? Reference images. All right. Back on track. So for the reference images, what we're doing is I actually have all my reference images organized by panel number in folders. So all I have to do is go to, let's see here, the D versus M 1979 folder, and then the refs folder, category, and what numbers are we looking at again? 125, 126, 127. So this is, so what it is there's folders where I've just thrown anything I might want for that page or those panels. And usually this is where I have like, let's say, for example, I've got a 1970s office desk. That's not what I'm looking at right now, but I'm sure that's something I have had to do. I might have sorry, I was just doing what I was about to explain. I might have a dozen pictures of a 1970s office desk. And that's when, depending on the mode I'm in, depending on how I'm feeling about the drawing, depending on how I'm picturing the page that day, that's when I finally will settle on, I think I need this picture and this picture and this picture, and like narrow. Where it's too abstract for me, 6 months ago or whatever, to have 15 references of a desk and say, like, this is the one that I want to really use as my reference when I draw this page 6 months from now. I don't know. Like, that's, I want all sorts of options. And so that's what I'm doing right here. Like, I'm deciding what images to drop in. I'm looking at a selection of them and trying to decide, like, which is the one I'm going to go with. So that's where I was drifting a little bit. You gotta love Journey. You know who's a huge Journey fan? Is Cory Kerr. Just ask him about it. There's not a bigger fan out there. Okay, so again, this was a 3-panel page. And I want to re-examine my reference options for the 3rd panel. I'm happy with the first 2. I'm not sure about the 3rd. But we'll see. Okay. Again, like the first 2, I just set those up kind of where I want them, give me a sense of what I'm doing, where I'm going with this, but now I want to look at this 3rd one some more. That's the one. That's actually, I think, better for what I'm picturing. I know this is real exciting. But we're getting there. Try those for now. But what I'm going to do, and this may be mistaken for not working. Now, this is going to be crazy for some people, especially some Sasquatches out there. But a part of my process, and this regularly happens, is I'll do something just a little bit, just like maybe 1 or 2 steps down the path, and let it sit for a second. Just not look at it for 5 or 10 minutes. And then come back to see, and there's like, I don't like to just like barrel ahead and just start making decisions one after another. There are some, I think, I've used this analogy for other things, but I like it. It's a little bit like shooting a rocket to the moon, where that initial angle, even though these are like small adjustments, are going to result in big differences a million miles from now. And so I think it's hasty to be like, all right, what am I doing with this? What am I like? Let's just pick an angle, like, okay, right there, and just start like boom, 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 and just fire the rocket to the moon, and then realize, you know, like 200,000 miles from now, like, ugh, I don't know if that was exactly the greatest place to start. What I tend to do is like, I'll say like, it's probably something like this. Okay, let's just sit and chew on that for a little bit. So right now I'm going to take a small, just not look at it for a second, come back and decide like, is that right? Is that like, am I comfortable with going with this? I just made a decision when I was laying out my page, like I think something like this. I just want to give it a second, just to make sure that, is that really what I'm going with? And I could be that I'm a little gun shy because of that experience with the previous page, where I just made decisions like these are the panels on the page. And then I went to draw it and I realized, I don't think these are the best panels. Like, I think there are better ones out there. Now I'm kind of, I think that experience made me realize, like, let's not be too decisive. You can take 5 minutes. You can take 10 minutes. So in the meantime, a couple weeks ago, I did the pile of comics I'm not reading because I'm always working. This is the exciting part 2, pile of movies I'm not watching because I'm always working. I did squeeze in Prey. Prey is an easy kind of thing to sit and watch, and I watched it over a couple nights. Like I said, I watched like 45 minutes here, 45 minutes there. But I love movies. I watch a ton of movies, and if you're nuts about movies, like I'm passionate about cinema, about film, to use a fancy white term, like I am, you not only like watching movies you've never seen before, you will rewatch movies you love over and over and over and over. And some movies you get something out of every time. There's some movies I can always go back to and always enjoy just as much, always see some new thing, always think about it in some new way because they're that good and they have those levels and layers to always give you something new to appreciate. And sometimes there is nothing new to take away from it. It's just looking at something that's super well done and enjoying that again, like just really appreciating like how well this worked, how well it was put together. Like, for example, the original Predator movie. Who knows? Like, whatever your example is, like Empire Strikes Back, like Shawshank Redemption. Like there are just some, like I could go all day. Silence of the Lambs. There are just things you can always come back to, and it's always, no matter how many times you've seen it, no matter how familiar you are with it beat for beat, you just it's still something you can appreciate. One that I don't have in my pile here that I've been itching to rewatch is No Country for Old Men. No Country for Old Men is just so great. So great. And it's just a movie like, and I was talking about it the other day. It's sometimes for me, a measure of a great movie is where I've seen it a bunch of times. I know exactly how it goes. And you're watching it and you're still wanting the character. It's like, no, don't do it. Or something like that. You know, when it's stupid. But like I was watching a clip of No Country for Old Men a week ago or something, where James Brolin's character finds, the suitcase full of cash. And I had this moment of like, just stuff the cash in your own bag. Don't take the case. There's a tracker in the case. Be smart. And it's dumb. I've seen this 1,000 times. Of course, he's going to walk off with the tracker. But that just shows like there's something about that movie that no matter how many times you've seen it, no matter how many times you know how it goes, like how well you know how it goes, you sit there and watch it and you're kind of like no, don't do it that way. Anyway, so we're going to go through some of my movies to watch here. It's a very random assortment. I haven't put these in any particular order. I love Westerns. Part of why I would consider No Country for Old Men sort of a Western. Now this is one I haven't seen, but I've heard very good things and it was cheap. So I will just buy a movie unwatched. Some people think that's crazy. First of all, I think that's a demonstration of being into movies. Like you buy books you haven't read. Why wouldn't you buy a movie you haven't seen? It's weird to me that people will only buy movies they've seen, that they know they like. And it's like, well, but it's expensive. Is it? This was like $9, $10. Books are more expensive than that. Going and seeing it in the theater would be more expensive than this. If I don't like it, I'll trade it in or sell it or throw it in the trash. It's $9. Like, I mean, again, you would buy a $15 or $20 book, a graphic novel you don't know anything about. Anyway, but I love Tim Blake Nelson and I like Westerns and I heard this one was good. So, Old Henry, I'm looking to watch that. This is one I picked up a few months ago. I shared it with the Crimson Owl guys. I'm very excited to delve through it, but this is something I have absolutely zero time to get into while I'm drawing. It's a collection of movies, 20 feature films. All the Haunts Be Ours. It's a collection of folk horror movies put together. I bought this. It's something I've been eyeballing for a while. I watched a review of it where the guy was just gushing. It was like, this is a great collection of movies, really good obscure folk horror movies. It's well put together. The video quality is great. You get a booklet with it. Like it's just, this is the kind of stuff that I geek out over. It's like, I want that. I mostly bought it for one particular movie that is almost impossible to find. And I've been hunting for it for like years, which is A Field in England, which I don't know if any of you have ever seen it. It's great. It's weird. I don't even want to spoil anything about it. It's just a great, weird horror movie, kind of a psychological horror movie, I would say. And it's unusually difficult just to find on its own. And when you do find it, it's like way overpriced. For some reason, they always do like a weird limited run of it. So you'll see the Blu-ray for like $30 or $40, which even me, a movie geek. Now that is something I have seen. It's like, do I want to pay $40 for? I mean, I love that movie. But $40 seems kind of crazy. Well, it was in this collection with 19 other movies, and I forgot how much this was, but it was a thing where it was like, I'm not even paying that much more. Maybe it was like $80 or something. But it's like, yeah, but that one movie I want, that I've only ever seen for 30 or 40, and I'm getting 19 other movies that I've heard are really cool, and I love folk horror. I love the whole concept of this. I love box sets. So it was like, yeah, I'll get that. There is no way I'm dipping into this before I'm done drawing. There's just no chance. And this is especially, like, you can watch Prey over a couple nights sort of casually. Like, it's not, these are movies where it's like you shut the lights off, you carve out some time, you pour yourself a drink, and you sit and you watch some like effed up folk horror movie. That's something I can't get to while I'm in drawing mode. That'll be sometime in 2023 I'll be watching this. This is another one that I've had 8 million people recommend to me. I have a feeling Squatch has probably watched this. Maybe he's even told me about it. It's another one I found cheap. And everyone I've talked to who's seen it said they love it. So it's like, yeah, I'll take a chance on it. But I have not seen it. The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. First of all, fantastic title. Second of all, Sam Elliott. I mean, national treasure, sure, you know. And then third, I mean, how do you not watch this movie? Oh, Squatch disapproves. Well, you're the one person I've talked to so far that says like no good. Anyway, it was another cheap. It was like $8 or $9 on Amazon. I was like, all right, I'm gonna finally try this movie. Let's see here. Is it so bad? Now I'm intrigued. Because I've had so many people say like you gotta watch this movie. So now I gotta see it. I'll let you know when I do finally watch it. This is another one. This one I probably could carve out and squeeze in somewhere like Prey. So when I do finally watch this, we'll circle back and discuss The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. You might be right. I might be agreeing with you. Is the design stupid? Now I can't wait. Okay. So that's one. This I'm very excited about. Picked up recently. Saw this, you know, I've seen this before. I think most horror or film people would have seen this. But this is the new 4K edition. Dawn of the Dead. I'm a huge fan of the early Romero zombie stuff. This is, I believe, the second. First was Night of the Living Dead. I believe this was the follow-up. This is the one I think that's set in a mall, if I remember right. I'm a little fuzzy on my Romero stuff, but I'm a video geek. I'm a movie geek. I'm a video quality geek. When they announce a classic zombie movie on 4K in a nice edition, I gotta pick it. I can't resist something like this. So I got this. This is something I have seen before though, so it's not a high priority for me to sit and watch it. Like this can wait till I'm done drawing, but it's also in the unwatched thing. There we go. Yeah, I was pretty sure it's second. I knew it was the second, but I just like second guess when I'm saying that on a video. This is one of the few Jim Lujan involved movies I've not seen. There's only a couple I haven't seen. I've seen most of his body of work, but this is the collaboration he did with Bill Plimpton, which I've never seen, and I just went ahead and ordered from Plimpton. Showed up a few days ago, maybe a week ago or something. I'm excited to watch it. This is another one I might just try and squeeze in. How long is it actually? Oh, 76 minutes. I don't need to wait till I'm done drawing to watch this. I can find a day somewhere where it's like we're watching Revengeance. Okay, so that's there. Now the movie geeks out there will appreciate this. I've got the Steelbook limited edition 4K Lawrence of Arabia. The reason I'm showing this off for the film geeks, it's really effing hard to find. And I had ordered it months ago through Barnes & Noble. I couldn't find it anywhere. That's another thing. I don't know why they're doing it limited edition, but they're doing it limited edition. Lawrence of Arabia is a great movie if you've never seen it. One of the true classics. And it's not just a classic like some where it's like it's historically significant or it's got like an interesting role in cinema history. It's a classic as in it was a big deal. It's an important part of cinema history and it holds up. Like it's really great to watch. Beautiful to watch too. And that's a 4K. I gotta have that. I gotta have the, you know. But anyway, limited edition. It was impossible to find. People are selling it on eBay for like $80 or $100. It's stupid. I'm not gonna pay that. But there was a Barnes & Noble that just happened to claimed it had one on the website. I ordered it, and they were like shipping it, and it got way delayed. I thought that's never showing up. They're gonna refund me. They're gonna have to, or I'm gonna have to chase down a refund. They realized they sold it all out. finally showed up at my local Barnes & Noble. Went and picked it up. I'm excited to rewatch this. This is another example that I think it's like a 3-hour, 4-hour movie or something like that. Never going to get around to that before I'm done drawing. So this will also be a wait. I am a Criterion Collection junkie, like most movie geeks. Or maybe not most, but many. I picked up this classic kind of noir, private eye classic, Devil in the Blue Dress, Denzel Washington. I think Don Cheadle in like a really creepy role. He's like this just shitty, dangerous friend of Denzel Washington's character, who's kind of useful in a pinch because he's dangerous, but also like you can't totally, you don't know. He's like, it's like having a rattlesnake on your side. Like, you don't, it's great movie, great vibe. I love, and for some reason, the next movie is in this category too. I'm rediscovering, or I'm taking to the next level my love for kind of private eye, noirish, like that kind of era of, or that type of story. I don't know why I'm liking it more and more as I get older, but I'm liking it more and more. And this was one that I wanted to pick up. On that same note, I got the 4K edition of Angel Heart. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Angel Heart. It's Mickey Rourke, Robert De Niro. It's set in the 50s. It's another kind of private eye story with an occult thing. I think the Crimson Owl guys would probably really dig Angel Heart if you've never seen it. Also stars Lisa Bonet of The Cosby Show. And just for funny trivia, so this was originally rated NC-17, mostly for some racy sex scenes between her and Mickey Rourke. And I think it might have gotten recut to an R in the theater, but you can get the NC-17. It's not like porn, but it's, you know, it was the 80s or whatever, and people were uptight about it. It's one of those things where the Motion Picture Association of America was like, how many pelvic thrusts are we saying? Okay, well, no, now this is X. It's just stupid shit like that. Anyway, Lisa Bonet was in this. She was naked. She had only been on The Cosby Show, or mostly been on The Cosby Show. And Bill Cosby, the bastion of, you know, moral living, really, like, she ended up losing her job at The Cosby Show, and he like openly disapproved of her, you know, how appalling to show your boobs and tush in a movie. Shocking. Meanwhile, motherfucker is like drugging and raping women. Crazy. Anyway, I bet I would love, she really got the last laugh, didn't she? Because everyone thinks she's just like awesome now. And Bill Cosby is Bill Cosby. She had to love that. She had to. Because this guy like basically tried to tank her career over just not wanting to be on the Cosby Show for the rest of her life. Not want to be a Cosby kid for the rest of her life. Anyway, it's a great movie though. That's all side trivia. It's a great movie. It's a great story. It's a great novel as well. Really, really good. Again, Crimson Owl guys. You should check this out. I think you'd dig it. And then finally, The Proposition. This is another Western. I love Westerns too. And this 4K Proposition. If you're unfamiliar with The Proposition, it's Guy Pearce. I'm trying to remember the other actor's name. Ray Winstone. And Danny, is it Houston or Houston? John Hurt is in it. I forgot about that until I saw the thing, but he has a huge part. Proposition, I brought this up with the Crimson Owl guys. It's like, I was suggesting that we should do for a show topic for them sometime in the future. Horrific movies that aren't technically horror movies. And this was one that I was thinking of. While it's definitely a Western, it's set in Australia in like that era. But it's a Western. By all signs, so you got a sheriff, you got outlaws, you got pistols. It's a Western. This is a dark, exhausting, brutal movie. It's one of the hardest movies I think I've ever watched, but it's great. And I mean, the music is phenomenal. The writing is phenomenal. Oh, this and that. I just want to Nick Cave, just to show how weird. This will give you a sense of how weird this movie is. Nick Cave not only did the music, he wrote the script. Like he punched up the script, and so it's Nick Cave dialogue. A Western written by Nick Cave, scored by Nick Cave with Guy Pearce. It's hard. I can't emphasize how like this is a heavy movie. It's very violent. It's very dark. It pulls no punches, and it's amazing. You will not get it out of your head. It is, try as you might. And I love that kind of movie. So like this is one where it's like, I gotta see this. Let's see here. Yeah. Seriously. If you even kind of like Nick Cave, you gotta watch The Proposition. Just be ready, like it doesn't play. It's not for kids. It is a really disturbing movie. But it's not in a like a slasher movie way. It's just gritty and hard and real. Like if you were going to tell a real story about a band of outlaws that are doing horrific things to people and you know how that's all going to go down, like, and you didn't want to pull it, you want to show like this is kind of what it's like. The Proposition. It's rough but so good. So effing good. Like it's gotta be, if I had to come up with my top three favorite Westerns, it's one of those things like, you know, top Star Wars movie, you have to say Empire. Top Westerns, you've got to kind of say Unforgiven. But after that, I think Proposition, it's certainly in the top three. It might even be number two. Like it is a strong R-rated Western that I think a lot of people aren't even aware of. They've slept on, and it's a shame because it's great. And I think the only reason it's not like a movie that everybody mentions in the same breath as Unforgiven or The Man with No Name Westerns or any other Western you're thinking of, I think the only reason it doesn't get brought up is because I don't think it got seen by a ton of people. But also I think a lot of people just they wouldn't be able to stay with it. It's not as disturbing as something like Come and See. Like if people are familiar with that movie, it's a World War II movie. Maybe the most brutal war movie you can even, like, by far. I can't even think of a more disturbing, upsetting war movie to watch than Come and See. It's not that level. It's not like afterward you're going to have 1,000-yard stare, but it's not playing the violence for entertainment. It's playing the violence for horror, which is another thing I really respect, especially in this kind of story. It's not like violence always has to be horrific. Sometimes violence can be fun. In a Prey movie, for example, Predator movie, like the violence can be ridiculous. But if you're going to do something about like the horrors of violence, like the violence should be horrific. And this movie definitely hits that mark. Okay. That's my pile of movies to watch, which some of them I'll get to, but most of them are just going to sit there until I get done drawing this book. Okay. Now I've taken my step away. I'm going to go back and look at how I've set up my page again and see if I'm still happy with it. And I already see something I think I want to do a little differently. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like it's mostly there. It just needed some fine tuning, sort of. And but to see that, I needed to step away. think this is it. I think I found it. So so basically, this isn't spoilery. This page, again, 3-panel page. It's 2 characters basically in the same orientation in each panel, but with like little different. Not a lot. It's a very still scene. Not a lot is happening. Looking at how I've kind of like thumbnailed it out, I think it could benefit, and this is maybe it's because I'm thinking movie language right now. I think it would benefit from like maybe a slow zoom in kind of effect, where like you're the first panel closer still. I think that's what I just was like. I was looking at. I was like, that would I think help, and so that's why now I'm kind of resizing my thumbnails and kind of getting it more like that to visualize what that would look like. So. And then once I get this finally dialed in, like this is where everything is, then I'm going to switch to SketchUp to think about my backgrounds. We're gonna go with this. I think this is it. I think this is right. Feels right. So I have an idea for a future live stream, and it will require audience participation. But I want to plant the seed now. I want everyone to come on one by one or whatever and share their all-time favorite joke. Think about that. Just start. There's no date yet. I don't know. But I want to hear some jokes. I realized the other day that I haven't heard a good joke that stuck, that I added to my repertoire of jokes in 10 or 15 years. I just have the same ones that I like to tell. And I want to hear some new ones. I know, even if they're dumb, whatever the joke, like if someone puts you on the spot and says, let's hear a joke, like what's the one you like to tell? I think we should get everybody on and share their joke. That's my scheme. That's my plan. So think about it. Okay. I'm happy with how these are laid out. I do want to look at just a couple more references. There's something about that last panel. I just imagine there's a better. I want to look at all my options again just to make sure. This one's better. think I like this one better. It's tough. This is a little bit of like, this is something my friend Keith over at the Making Comics podcast, which you should be listening to if you're into making comics at all on any level, you should listen to that podcast. But he talks about with writing, one of the indicators that you're done is when your changes are just not so much better as they are different. You're just sort of rearranging the deck chairs. So that might be kind of what I'm doing right now. I think what I'm going to do with this one. This is pretty good. This is better. I'm going to go with it for now. We're going to go with that for now. Okay, I'm locking the layer. Locking the layer. Locking the reference layer. Save. SketchUp. Let's look at this background. So the first thing I'm going to do, and this is something I'll show you in a video at some point. I'm not going to show you with this page, but what I basically do, I have, what's the shortest version? Given that I'm going to show you this process in a video sometime soon, what I do is do a screen clip of the panel in question with my thumbnail in it, okay? And I have a program called Overlay, which is this weird cheapy program that someone hacked together. I think it was like $10 or something, that basically can act as like tracing paper for like an artist out there. The way to think about it is it sets up a window on your desktop. You can put an image in and set the opacity so you can see anything. And then you can pick an option on it that's called float that makes it where you can't interact with that overlay anymore of whatever you've put. So I take the panel that I screen capped, I throw it in overlay, I set the opacity, I float it. Then I open SketchUp with the 3D model of my set, whatever we're talking about. And then I can orient my model behind this panel to kind of get a view that makes sense for where all the characters and everything are. Does that make sense? Again, I'm going to show you a video that makes it very easy to understand. And that helps me see like what view of my SketchUp model I need, what view of the background I need. And then I can just capture that and use that as my reference to draw my background. Again, I apologize if that's a little, I understand it's easier to see with visuals, and that's why I'm going to show you at some point, but that's what I'm doing right now. Opening SketchUp. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to look at the chat for a little bit because I need to minimize this window to look at SketchUp and overlay and do what I was just describing. So let's see here. Overlay. Open. Screenshot. Float. So now I have the screenshot of my panel with the thumbnail in it hovering over my SketchUp 3D model. And I floated it, so now I'm not interacting with that overlay anymore. And now when I can manipulate my model and find the angle that makes sense. Now some of this also, because I'm a consistency wonk, is looking at my previous pages and seeing where were these characters on the previous page, what was behind them, like, because they haven't moved from where I'm picturing. So like to make it all consistent, let's see here. Okay. That character is leaning up against that. Okay, so their head's about this high with a countertop. So just to kind of keep it like, or where are they? Are they still in the same spot? They are definitely, they should be in the same spot. So. And I think that looks about right to me, but let me look again. Okay. Back that off a little bit. There. I think that's right. I like the look of this. I like the angle. So part of what I'm doing is I'm trying to find a correct. So you're trying to find a correct angle. How big is this person? How tall is this person? Where are they in the room? Where would they line up to everything around them? That just gets you a ballpark. Within that range of like, okay, it's somewhat something like this, then you're sort of moving the model around for something that just looks aesthetically nice, that will make a good composition for a panel. And so that's what I'm kind of doing there. I'm sort of saying like, well, it's maybe a little more this way, maybe a little more that way, like trying to find something that will, just picturing where are my dialogue bubbles going to be, where are the foreground characters, what will make like a nice line, what is not going to create a tangent, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I like this. So now I'm screen capping that. We're not really screen capping. I'm doing like the clip where you're capturing a part of the screen. I'm capturing the part, you probably heard it. It makes a little photo sound. I'm capturing the part, like the view, that view of the background that I like. Okay. Quitting SketchUp. That's all I needed. Just need, because again, it's sort of a similar view, so I just need it really once. And then it will go closer and closer, so I don't need new views for that. It's the same basic angle. I'm just kind of slowly zooming in. So now I have a different layer, background ref, where I am going to paste or place the screen cap I just took. And usually, and I don't know why this would be any different, I start with backgrounds. And I couldn't tell you why. I was about to say because they're easier for me than doing the characters. And that's often, that will be the case in this one. The background will be the easier thing to draw. But that's not always the case. Sometimes the background's a nightmare. I think that's just the weird kind of linear thinking. Like I like to work background to foreground. I don't know why. Why the extra software instead of paste a screenshot into a locked layer? Because it's SketchUp. SketchUp doesn't really have that functionality. If it was Photoshop or Illustrator or something, yeah. But if I'm understanding your question right. But since SketchUp's a 3D program, there's not a good way just to do an overlay that's not a 3D object that will always, like, because I don't want, like, so let's say I'm using myself as a reference in an image and I'm like holding a ray gun. And now I got to figure out the background, the spaceship behind me, which I've made in SketchUp. I could throw this image of me like this in SketchUp, and then as I manipulate it, you'll see me like, and not even like this, because it'd be like on a photo, like you'd be catching me at weird angles. I need it just, what I want it to be is almost like an animation film, just like over my 3D model where I'm manipulating the background behind it and deciding, am I like zooming in or out, or which angle am I picking? Again, like I actually recorded a little video of me doing this way back on like page 7 or 8 or something, just to show people. I think the topic of the video was going to be how Gary uses SketchUp. And I think it was right around the time I realized I don't have time to be editing videos. And I transitioned to live streams. Because though I have to admit, I prefer crafted edited videos to live streams. Like making, I don't care. Like in terms of watching, I'll sort of consume anything. But in terms of what I put out there, I prefer my crafted videos. But they just take entirely too long. So while I'm in drawing mode, this is the problem I ran into with every D versus M before this. I always had this idea, I'll do videos the whole time. And I never did it because it's like, I don't have time for that. I can record it, but to actually edit it and, you know, and put up like pop-up images explaining or edit, you know, remove all my ums and ahs and or make it like a length that I think is more reasonable for given the topic or whatever the thing, come up with an opening or a closing. I just don't have time. I should be drawing. Overlay, by the way, the program, here, I'm going to drop a link to it in case anyone might find that interesting or useful. Because I thought it was a cool little thing. I couldn't believe there weren't more programs. There it is. That did this. I was originally looking for it for my day job. I'll explain why in a second. Okay, here's the link. If anyone's curious about weirdo cheap software. So I originally looked for it for my day job, because in my day job, sometimes, it's not common, but I've done it fairly regularly over the time I've been there. I do virtual or 3D recreations of crime scenes. For various reasons, which that would be a whole topic in and of itself. But for reasons, sometimes the easiest way to convey information about a crime scene to a jury is to create a virtual rendering of it, rendition of it, I guess both work, that is manipulable, that you can so something, a step up from a drawing. Yes, I could illustrate what the room looked like. And yeah, I could even do it from perspective. But sometimes it's helpful to actually have something that's navigable, that I can actually put the camera wherever I want and in real time move around. So for example, maybe you have an eyewitness on the stand. It's like, I looked in the window and I could see a body on the floor. You could orient this model to their perspective outside the window. It's like, was the view something like this? Yes. Okay. Or it could be like, you know, it's a whole house that you need to sort of understand the spatial relationships. I heard something in the backyard. And where were you again? You were in the master bedroom, and being able to show like master bedroom, backyard. You walk down this hallway here and being able to show that. There's all sorts of reasons there might be advantages. That's just a couple. There are so many reasons why you might want a 3D recreation of a crime scene. When I'm doing that though, you're doing a little bit of a high wire act, and the last thing you want, and I've had to field these questions from defense attorneys, is questions about how did you decide how wide to make this hallway, how tall to make this ceiling, how deep to make this closet, how deep to make this cabinet, where the light switch is, where's the shell casing on the ground, where was this blood spatter on the wall? Like, you know, this is stuff that you're not, it's felony trial, guys. No fucking around. Like, you need this to be accurate. You need to, and even if you can't get it within an absolute universal sense of accuracy, you need to at least get it as close as humanly possible, and being able to explain to a jury or a defense attorney or whoever your work. You got to be able to show your work. How did you decide this? And an unacceptable answer when you're on the stand under oath in front of a jury is like, just sort of, you know, like that doesn't work. What I wanted to start doing with my 3D models, just to give it that extra layer of like bulletproof, was start integrating what's called photogrammetry into my 3D rendering process. Which I think the simplest way to explain that would be you're matching you're building your 3D model directly off of a photograph or information in a photograph. That's a very reductive sort of thing, but that's basically what you're doing. What I wanted to start doing was take, you know, if I'm looking at a murder scene, I might have 800 pictures of it or something. You know, I mean, in this day and age of digital cameras and memory cards, I might have 1,500 super high res images of a murder scene, and every part of it. When like if a murder scene is shot correctly, like they get out and they're taking pictures like all the way walking up to the house. In each room, they're clocking the room. Clock is like boom, like, you know, imagine compass points. A picture north, south, east, west, each corner, up, low, and then like you're usually zeroing in on things. If you go through crime scene photos, usually if they're doing it right, if it's a good scene photographer, you get establishing shots of the room where you get a sense of where, you know, what the space looks like as best as you can, which is a whole other thing. But anyway, because that's also why sometimes you might need a 3D model. There's a lot of places it's hard to get establishing shot. If you're doing, this is really getting into day job stuff. I hope this is sort of interesting to some people. There's a lot of true crime people out there, so maybe you'd be interested in this. One reason you might do a 3D model of a scene is because photos aren't very representative. Why aren't photos representative? Well, what if you found a body in a walk-in closet? What if you found a body in like a crawl space? What if you found a body? What if there was some evidence tucked away in like a tiny little bathroom or something? Go try it right now. If you have one of these little bathrooms, it's basically just a toilet and a sink, go in there with your camera and try to get pictures of it. Like, you're going to get pictures of walls and corners and floor. If someone's never been in that room, they have no sense of any kind of spatial relationship of anything they're seeing in there. All they're seeing is wall, 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 corner, ceiling, floor. That might be an example of like, if it's important, if there's some reason we're doing this, maybe we need a 3D model that you can kind of zoom away from and flip around, and you really give people a sense of like, this is what this phone booth or walk-in closet or storage unit or back washroom or whatever looked like, because the photos don't really help you. Now I'm way off track. What am I talking about? Okay, so I'm doing this stuff. I might have all these photographs. Once I adjust for certain things that keep it from looking as close to reality as possible, for example, like focal length, like lens curvatures, stuff like that, there's all sorts of software to negate that out. If you look at some photos, you'll notice there's sort of a mild, maybe a fisheye distortion. It's most people don't even see it, but if you're really looking, if you start drawing your perspective lines, you can see it. There's stuff that will negate that out. And today, with all the basically the metadata in an image, you can see like this was the camera, this was the lens, this was like, you have all that information, and there's ways to put all that in and negate it out. Like it basically adjusts out all that stuff. So then you should have a very clear, clean, not geometrically weird image of a crime scene. And what I want to do from there with the photogrammetry approach is to use that as like an overlay. Like imagine I got that crime scene image printed on a piece of tracing paper and taped it on my screen and then built a 3D model accurate to that. That's sort of what I'm doing, and that's what the overlay program lets me do. It lets me load up a scene photo and start building a model off that. And that gives me a lot more confidence going in if, God forbid, not God forbid, it's not the end of the world, but if I do have to answer questions from a defense attorney, if I do have to answer questions from a defense attorney on the stand in front of a jury, I can say, you know, if they say like, how did you decide how tall this thing was? It's like, it's accurate to the photos. You know, I can just point to like, and a little bit is like, you know, I matched it to the photos. That's a tough thing to chip away at. It's very easy to chip away at. I've seen like things like that before, and I know they're about this high, so I just arbitrarily picked that number. Not a great answer. I wouldn't like that answer. If I was advising a defense team and I heard some nimrod on the stand saying like, well, you know, I ballparked it. No, you should be able to eat that person alive. I don't want to get eaten alive on the stand. So that's what I'm using it for. You can also use it. It's usually for scenes where I'm using that. Sometimes for anatomical stuff. If we want to show where all the stab wounds were on somebody, and we don't want to show photographs of the body, that's a whole other thing. There's lots of reasons why you may not want to or may not be able to show actual photographs of a victim. I'm end up making a 3D model of a victim, and I got to start placing stab wounds or placing burns or placing gunshot wounds, whatever it is. That's another thing. Like, I don't want to be guessing this, especially with something like anatomy. Like in art school, you learn these sort of rough concepts of proportions and how, like, you know, a person's forearm is as long as this, which is as wide as this, like all that stuff. That's great for generic drawing. In real life, it's nonsense. There's a lot of variation. So like if I'm looking at a crime scene photo and I see a stab wound is about, you know, 3 inches up and 2 inches from the left of someone's nipple, whatever. What does that mean? That's a different place for like any person. Like that's not, you can't just like, well, I measured it on the 3D model I made, you know, where I arbitrarily placed the nipple and counted up inches and that's how I picked it. You're going to be way off. That's going to be a train wreck. The better way is to build a 3D figure, match it to a photograph using overlay, and then place your stab wounds using, like, this is a autopsy photo where these stab wounds are, and I'm placing it based on that. How did you place the stab wound? I looked at the measurements in the autopsy report and I matched it to the photos and I made sure those were consistent. Anyway, reasons you might use overlay in my day job. But because I was familiar with overlay, once I started doing a comic and I had to figure out, like, I've got these characters I'm drawing and I have a 3D scene that I've made. How do I marry these two things? That's like, it just, because I'm familiar with that program, it's like, I'll just do it the same way. I'll just, I'll throw my drawing up because of transparency. I'll manipulate my 3D model so it makes sense behind them, screen cap that, and that's now my reference image. Or I feel like that about videos until recently, as I'm using them to move away from social media to do a newsletter. For some reason, getting a teleprompter makes it feel like I do less. Teleprompter would be great. I noticed that when you're showing off your equipment, that sounds bad. Cory was showing off his equipment, but when you were showing your camera setup before Artcasters the other day, I saw you mention the teleprompter, and I don't know if you heard me, but I was like, teleprompter? It never even occurred to me that there are commercial, like consumer grade, consumer level teleprompters. I hadn't even thought of that. That would make it way easier, because when I do my crafted videos, usually what I have is a script, not a script, but like bullet points. Like, this is my outline. These are the topics I want to hit. And I have it in front of me and I'm looking and reviewing my notes, but I don't want to be reading. I don't want to be like this on the video and like obviously reading. So I'm looking at it, I'm refreshing my talking points, and then I'm hitting record and I'm doing whatever chunk I can keep in my head. And then when I run out of steam, I don't remember what my next thing is. Stop, look at my next thing. And that creates a bunch of editing, which is part of why crafted videos were not a thing. But if I had a teleprompter, that would be pretty cool. I bet I could really speed up that process. Okay, I think I've gotten about as far as I can, and it's right around 2 hours, which is my normal ballpark. This is about where I need to start. Oh, hold on, wait, not so fast. Cory, how's it going?
Good. I just woke up because I stayed up till 7:30 working on a video.
Working on a video?
Yeah, I was up till well, I mean, it's the animated short that I'm finishing, but it's the live action portion of it. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Is this something? Is this something that the public is going to see, or is this like a
product? It's
okay.
It's shades. I've shared a bunch of the clips of it.
Yeah.
It's taken me way too long because my director of photography and I were both pretty sick during the making of it. So it was longer than it should have been. He's got much more to complain about than I do since he's got stage 4 cancer. But
oh, Jesus.
Yeah, no. He's actually doing really well. But
good.
Most of that is because he's, just super hardcore. But but anyway, it took way too long. But because I started it in January. And so that's one of the longer projects I've ever done. But anyway.
So when is there like an ETA on it, or you have no idea yet?
I mean, I wanted to finish it 4 months ago. So
that doesn't count. That doesn't.
Yeah. No, I have it about 95% finished except for sound. So Bryson Loftmiller, my cousin, is the composer, and he's going to he's cut together some music, and we've got one more. He's got to come up with a song that sounds like something like Meta or Google would release for a commercial to sell people on their new metaverse type AR thing.
That's a fun problem to come up with what that sounds like, because I think we can all sort of picture something that would.
Right. Yeah.
Something kind of boopy, like kind of mild and backgroundy and.
Yeah, like totally unassuming and bland and soulless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and I think that's really hard to do sometimes for like an artist. You know, like,
well, it'd be I have no. Do you have any musical ability at all? I don't.
no. In fact, no. I find myself as I'm editing. I don't know if you've done some video editing.
Mhm.
I find myself cutting to the waveform visual more than the sound because I just have nothing when it comes to audio. I almost no rhythm. Like I even have to like conduct it with my hand to like try to feel the rhythm of like where the cut should be. Like I will sit there in front of the computer and go, you know, and then I'm looking for the peaks on the waveform. Whereas I've seen a lot of like somebody like Josh, you know, or whatever, you know, people who play instruments when they edit video, it's so much more intuitive for them.
Yeah, I do it's a lot of trial and error. I'm like you, I'm looking at the waveform and using that as my first instinct.
Yeah.
And then you're playing to see if it sounds right. And it's like, nope. And going back and like messing. So there's a lot of, I admire the ability. I imagine Jim's got to be fantastic at it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
So that was one of the, when I was collaborating with Jim, he would say things where I was like, yeah, I could see you doing that, right? Because he would say things like, yeah, you know, I don't know how long this scene's going to be, but we're just going to kind of feel it out.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, of course you would just feel it out.
Yeah.
Whereas I would be like, there's a little bit of that, but for the most, you know, part, if it's got to be really rhythmic, it's very visual for me.
Yeah.
So.
No, I'd be the same.
I came on to say this.
Yes.
And I don't mean this negatively.
Okay.
It is amazing that you've ever finished a book with the process that you have.
Yeah, it probably seems that way. Yeah. No, I think that's fair.
And I mean that I think the results are awesome. And I think that's clear. But like you are giving yourself so many extra rules that a lot of people don't shackle themselves with.
100% all the time. Yeah.
You know, yeah. It's
impressive. And it's something that well, Jim has talked to me about. Because he's like so laissez-faire on like the spectrum. Like I can't even wrap my brain around it. But
he's almost on a campaign to get people to be as loose and fast as possible. Like
he's evangelical about his looseness. Yeah, for sure. Where it's like you don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need to be doing that.
He rips on me and Josh and you and yeah.
I think when I'm at my most honest with myself, I can admit that a lot of my process probably is unnecessary. And it mostly is just to give myself confidence about decisions I'm making. And, you know, like it's enough for me to feel like I've thought this through and it makes sense and I can justify it. Even though I might admit that no one's going to notice if I skip this step. Like there's actually one panel in particular of Realism 1997 where my first pass at it's a character outside and I'm imagining it being sort of a low angle, like more up at her. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing behind her because it's just open sky the way I'm picturing it. And I remember I showed it to somebody early on. This was before printing. I kind of let them go through it to like look for typos or whatever else. And they were like, it's weird to me that there's nothing behind her. Like, I feel like you should be able to see some of these mountains or trees that you had. And I was like, no, you wouldn't. I figured it out. I figured out the perspective. You wouldn't see that stuff. Absolutely not. But they were really like, I don't know, it just looks weird to me. It just looks weird. And I finally caved. I didn't like that someone was like, I don't know, it doesn't look. I was like, what if everybody thinks it doesn't look right?
Right.
So I cheated it and put in a little bit of the background, even though I knew based on where I think the camera is, you wouldn't see any of that.
Right.
It still bothers me. I feel like, no, I shouldn't have done that. I should, because it's not right. It's not correct. But that's an example of like, I maybe it's sort of me getting in my own way. I don't know. Making sure the perspective is right behind a character. Is anyone really saying like, well, that counter looked a little taller in the previous page, but I don't know. You know,
I mean, if anything, they would be saying the opposite of you do what helps tell the story and doesn't pull people out of it.
Yeah. But see,
Because
and
I
then
mean, people cheat perspective all the time.
all the time.
And some of
But
them,
I think I notice it.
sure.
This is the problem. I think I'm holding myself to the level of reader I am.
Right.
And when I notice that stuff, it bothers me. When I see scale shifts, it bothers me.
Yeah.
And I know, though, that's unusual.
My stuff
That
must
most
drive
people
you
aren't
nuts.
noticing that.
I said my stuff must drive you nuts.
No, I actually don't notice it with your stuff. But I think
you're
the
not.
perfect example, we'll just do a Star Wars example. So Attack of the Clones,
Uh-huh.
that big weird bull creature in the arena at the end. I
Right.
forgot what it's called. But it's the one that Anakin and Padme end up riding.
With the horn.
With the horn, the one that Mace Windu cuts one of the horns off and
Right.
Jango Fett shoots it. That, if you watch that scene beginning from where it first appears to where it's dead, it changes in size in relation to like the human characters like 3 or 4 different times in that whole thing.
Sure.
And it drives me bananas. Like I find it totally distracting. And I'm the only person I've ever heard rant about that. So I know
that's because in the same scene, Padme falls 30 feet and lands like this. And
yes.
It's fine. In the
Absorbs
same scene,
all that force on her crotch, like 3 stories down, lands on her crotch, and like they just like, let's go, let's ride.
I've fallen 3 stories before, and I didn't land on my crotch, and it is uncomfortable.
People have died that way. Like, I mean, it's lots. So no, yeah. And granted, Star Wars, like, you know, there's like, it's not like this is true life. But
no. But
the sizes of the bull thing really bother me.
Yeah, there's rules in every movie that they set up. And you have a willing suspension of disbelief within those set of rules. It's like, okay, this is what you've said is okay in this universe.
Yeah.
And so if a Jedi did that, you might be able to say, all right, they did a little force cushion.
He slowed his, because we've seen Jedi descent. Fall. Yeah, or jump really high or whatever. It's like, okay, I'll allow it. But Padme shouldn't be able to do that.
She's got nothing. And there's nothing that says that like mass doesn't matter. You know what I mean? There's nothing that it's not like the rules of the Incredible Hulk where it's like he gets bigger as he gets angry.
Right. Yeah. And you write that in. And we've never established Geonosis as a lower G planet. Like we don't like. There's nothing there to explain why this is allowed. But
no. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I think the bull was even more distracting than that. Like that, it's like, well, whatever. But the bull. Sometimes Anakin's next to it. It looks like it's about the size of a Volkswagen Bug. Sometimes it looks like it's the size of way bigger, like a tank. Like it's distracting. But,
that's funny.
And there's not going to be any of that in my book. Will anybody care? Maybe not. But there's not going to be a thing where it's like, well, he drew it this way 2 pages ago. No.
I can't believe I'm siding with Jim on this because I always push against him. But like,
see, you should be a natural ally because you were talking about the corneal.
Oh no,
yeah. Like that's what I would be thinking. Like, no, the eyelid should change.
Right.
The eye's shifting. The eyelid should look a little different. But,
I had some redemption on that recently. I can't even remember where it was. I should have saved it. Somebody on a video was talking about Animating Eyes, and they said that.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes.
See?
Yeah. But I think, I don't know. We cheat stuff all the time and everything. I'm just here's the reason. Here's the statement I was about to make. And I don't even know if I back this up or not. But would you rather in the next like 3 years have an additional 2 books or have every panel be accurate to the point where you could testify to it in court?
Accurate to accurate to so I could testify to it in court. I remember there's a quote from, I don't remember the exact wording, but I can't remember his first name, but Miyamoto, the creator of Super Mario Brothers, Legend of Zelda, Nintendo. Nintendo has a reputation for all their big games usually being late, Like
Right.
they'll say like summer of whatever, and it always just goes way past that. And he famously, this was years and years ago, some game journalist was asking him about that. Like, this Mario game is slipping or the Zelda game is slipping. And he famously said something to the effect of, a late game is only late once. It's only late till it comes out. A bad game is bad forever.
Yeah, that's true.
And I kind of have that sort of mentality where it's like, I would rather, be able to feel very good about the choices I made forever for a comic that's out than like start skipping steps and be like that one panel in 97 where I was like, that background's not correct, and always have that, that dissatisfaction in my head.
Yeah. That's interesting. Now I'm like self-analyzing because I'm so inconsistent with. I think you're more consistent with this this compulsion that we have.
Well, probably, and I think I'm pretty consistent, but I think it's also I've now established a kind of style guide,
Sure.
if you will, for D versus M, where like I really can't deviate now. Even if I did wake up tomorrow and say like, you know what, Jim's right. I like D versus M, like I'm imagining it as a consistent series. Like I feel like I would have to still follow through the same way I was doing it, and the next thing I did after could be looser and not preoccupied.
Right. Whereas I'm so project ADD that I've never stayed on a project long enough to matter about consistency at all. Because the next thing I'm doing is experimental and weird, and so I can change the rules completely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think the way I don't think I could do, like, so there'll be 6 comics in this series. I couldn't do 6 on the Men in Black. Like, there's no way. I have no attention span for that. The reason I'm able to hang in there with this, even though the style is sort of the same, is each story's themes, each set of characters are completely different from the last one. And that's how I can stay, like, all right, this is a whole different creative problem, a whole different story I'm telling.
So let's say you finish, you wrap up the whole thing, and you move on to a completely different project. Let's say you fulfill Josh's wildest dreams and decide to do an autobio.
Right.
Would you then change your rules, reset your process to be something else? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense.
I think very much like decisions I made on how to approach D versus M were, to me, very correct for the kind of story I'm trying to tell.
Yeah.
So I think, like, if I did do an autobio comic, I wouldn't be sitting and making SketchUp models in my dorm room, like to get it like dialed in of like, this is exactly where I used to keep my shower caddy. Like, that's not what it would be. But one of the many pretenses of D versus M is like, this is real. This is totally, totally real and accurate, And I think for that, there is some kind of an exactness that kind of is part of that pitch where it's like, no, I'm drawing it exactly how it happened, exactly how it looked.
No, because there's only two ways you could go. One is the way you're going, which is precision. And the other one is going to be what's that book that's out right now that's doing this really weird, but it's kind of this. It's
like
Department of Truth.
Department of Truth. That's right. Yeah, Ministry. I was thinking Orwell. Yeah, Department of Truth.
Yeah. I mean, loose, sketchy, dry brush, mixed media nonsense art.
Rough. Yeah. That's why it'll be fun to dig through the early stuff if I do add supplementals to the trade. I think those were kind of the 2 paths I was considering.
Yeah.
I was like, do I want to do it really exacting and try and really go down to like, what would a dinosaur, like, let's get the anatomy right. Let's look at skeletons. What would this look like? How big is this room? What did Wilcox look like in 1975? Or do you want it to be more like a kind of a gauzy late night quasi documentary about aliens, where everything is like softly shot and like stuff in the background and shadowy, like you could do it like that.
Right.
And that would have been for sure easier. I guess. No, I think it'd be harder in different ways. because that's very like aesthetic, stylish.
Well, I think narratively, it would have to be a different narration style. So, for example, you're saying these are redacted government documents,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Department of Truth is like somewhat of an unreliable narrator because it's a descent into madness.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even though it's very similar, of like, here's some behind the scenes, deep cover black ops style thing, they're talking about the fabric of reality actually being rewritten by the way people think.
Right.
And you're saying there's these guys that are by the book government agents.
Yeah.
And these are the things that they write.
This is the account. Like this is it's me kind of illustrating a dossier.
Right.
Right. So it's like, this is my, like, it's me talking about the JFK thing, the picture book of JFK's assassination.
Right.
It's like, I'm just going to illustrate like this information I was given. Where if I was doing and this is one possibility I could have gone with, like if I was writing D versus M as if I'm an interviewer, I'm sitting across the table from all these sources, and this is the story they're telling me, and I'm going to illustrate, like, then maybe you could do a little more of a, a stylish kind of more abstract, fuzzy version of like, this is like how he's recalling these events. This is how she's recalling these events. And you could cheat it like that. I don't know if that's a cheat, but that would make more sense. But to me, it's like, I'm trying to pass along this information I was given. And I think that boxes you in a little bit. But it still doesn't mean like you need to be nuts about how high is this countertop compared to this character. That's just me. That's my neuroses.
Yeah. Well, the thing that stood out to me was the word justified. Like you feel like you need to testify to the facts of the art.
There is a little bit of that. Yeah. Being able to.
So I have a question about that then.
Yeah.
Feathers on dinosaurs.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Some of them. The one I'm drawing in this one definitely does. Yeah. I think you'll see, like in 97, it depends on the species. And I've done enough, not claiming to be a dinosaur expert, but I've gone far enough down that path with books and, reading on everything I can find online. I have a bunch of books on the topic. Whereas some, I think it's very safe to say feathers, absolutely. Like these dinosaurs did have feathers, or at least proto feathers. Like it's not feathers in the way we usually think of them, with like a flight of something that's capable of flight.
Right.
More along the lines of like an ostrich or an emu or a cassowary or something like that, where it's essentially a feather or kind of feather, but it's not like a blade like you would normally say of something that flies.
Right.
But then the evidence is pretty strong that they probably didn't have any, few or no feathers at all. So like in 97, the Styracosaur basically has none. It has like a kind of a frill of spines down its tail, which is consistent with some ceratopsian type dinosaurs. Not necessarily that species, but it's something that they have seen. But I don't have it like a big feathered, like a giant war parrot. Like it looks basically like, because we have skin impressions of those things.
Yeah.
Tyrannosaurs, we have lots of skin impressions.
Right.
And there's not a lot of evidence there's any feathers. Maybe the young ones, maybe the like hatchlings, but not a full grown. But others, like the one I'm drawing now, like the Deinonychus that you see in 97, absolutely would have had feathers.
Yeah.
It's very safe to say, either from fossil evidence or just based on where we know they are in the line.
Yeah. So there's another place where you and I would differ.
Yeah.
Because I think feathers on dinosaurs just look stupid.
I know a lot of people, feel that.
And I know it's inaccurate in a lot of cases, but
which is the main reason, again, if I'm the accuracy slave, it's like, that's what this would have looked like.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's just never been portrayed correctly. Me personally, and this becomes a taste thing, the idea of a feathered dinosaur with teeth and claws is more creepy to me than like a big lizard standing on its hind legs. Like there's something about that juxtaposition of like soft feathers with little switchblades tucked into the mix. Like that is just like, that's a weirder image. And it's what I like about it. Something I'm not going to put too fine a point on this, and I don't want to, but I think there's something very alien about dinosaurs that we forget. And that's something that struck me when I just recently watched that Prehistoric Planet or whatever the new series was on Apple. Like you watch this and you think like, it was like an alien planet. Like these things walking around all over. It's just so unlike anything that we see today.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what's interesting. And if you're going to throw a dinosaur in front of people, I like the idea of like, I want to emphasize like how unusual these animals were compared to anything that's walking around today.
Right.
Like I really want to show like, this is a type of animal we don't see anymore. And that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. I tell stories intentionally so that I don't have to be beholden to reality.
Yeah.
I've noticed that I'm going to tell a story that happens in the future, or if it's in the past, it's an alternate past. You know what I mean? So like somebody comes at me and says, oh yeah, that, the gingham pattern didn't exist until 20 years later.
They weren't making roofs like that. Right.
I can say, well, F you, this is, there's also an alternate timeline or whatever.
Which is probably a healthier position. It's something, and I've been thinking about this a lot over the past few months because of D versus M.
Yeah.
But I haven't been able to fully form the thought to talk about it in a video, but I do feel that for some things, not what you're doing, not what most people are doing, but for some things, reality is sort of underrated. And I think, especially when we're so used to seeing the art version, it's kind of like you're leaving there's just buried gold there. And I think about it a lot. Unfortunately, I relate a lot to it with violence, where, when I'm like, if I'm at my day job and I'm looking at a crime scene photo, there's a part of me that feels like this is way more impactful than anything I've seen in like a comic or a movie or anything like that. And part of it is because it's real. Okay.
Right.
But I think equal part, at least, maybe even more, is just, it's not that it is real, it's that it looks real. And this is a funny thing that I'm trying to articulate. See if you can make sense of this for me. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched a surgery, like on Channel 8 or something. Like they used to on PBS here, they used to show like open heart surgeries and like hip replacements and stuff like that. Okay. I remember thinking when I was watching that, this was before I worked at a medical examiner's office, this was before I had the job I had, this was the first time, that there was something like, I was watching this hip replacement and it occurred to me like, this is not at all what I pictured. And yet it's exactly what I think I would have imagined if I had really thought about it. Like if I really had to pin down, what does that probably look like? What does the inside of a person really look like? What do the muscles really look like? What does it look like to cut into a body? None of it was, even though it's not what I imagined, it's nothing I'd ever seen before, none of it surprised me. You know what I mean? It's like, oh. And in a way, the impact was like, of course. Like, of course, it looks like that, And I think that's something that somehow gets lost when it's like movie violence, comic violence, like whatever the thing is, where it's like, the real thing is just as impactful. It's not more boring. It's not less interesting. It's not less whatever you're going for. And it's like, no one's doing it.
Well, I think it's less sensational though.
And something about that makes it a harder.
It's like, the sound of a real fight is different than what you hear in the movies. I remember
the sound of someone getting hit in the face hard. It's not like you'd hear in a movie, but it's worse. It sounds worse, it's because it's a weird, wet, awful smack. Like it just sounds wrong. It sounds bad.
Yeah.
And that's no one's doing that. They're doing like crack, like this
Right.
big, you know, it's
Yeah.
like, it doesn't sound like that. And I feel like that's where I feel like reality is being neglected here.
But
like,
also, I'm thinking of, have you ever broken a bone?
I haven't, no.
So I hadn't until recently, and I broke 8. But there's something about the way that you're trying to convey the experience of it rather than the reality of it. And so, like,
Yeah.
when I had broken 7 ribs and then my collarbone in half, right? But I still had the adrenaline, so I picked up my bike, and that's when my broken collarbone hit the ends and it split.
Yeah.
I heard it split. Like, I heard the sound of it cracking as I was trying to lift this 800-pound bike.
Yeah.
And if you were to mic that, it probably wouldn't be that loud.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But the visceral experience of the sudden loss of strength, that jarring jump of a couple inches of my, you know, and then the reverberation of that shatter, like, throughout my body being felt.
Yeah.
I think sometimes in Hollywood they're trying to, and I don't know, there's probably not a lot of people that are, you know, actually thinking this much through it, but I think there are some.
Yeah.
They're trying to convey the experience of that to the viewer more so than the reality of that. But something like Fight Club, that was more sickening to me than watching, you know, somebody's head explode or something, because I felt like watching somebody get punched in the face and then just having red teeth. You never see anybody have red teeth,
Yeah.
you know? And
unless
you're
you
like,
see
oh,
a
yeah.
real fight. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's something almost there's an escapism in Hollywood violence, in that we kind of know that it's exaggerated. And if you go too realistic, I think sometimes it's almost like, oh.
Well, and that's the thing. And I think, and I'm not critical of this. A lot of times violence, most of the time we see violence in a movie, for example, it's
Right.
being used to entertain. It's
Yeah.
like you're supposed to be getting, like, you're not supposed to be having a real world reaction to violence. You're
Right.
supposed to be like like that kind of, you know.
Right,
And
right,
so
yeah.
And that's why doing it realistically, that's not going to get you the effect you want. I
Like,
think I tend to not want to see, but like, I'm more impressed by violence that does show something a little more true to reality.
okay, so let me ask you this. Have you seen the Invincible cartoon?
A little bit of it, not all of it.
What?
But I've seen some.
Watch the whole thing. Have you seen
I
this?
just because I'm making my process complicated and drawing all the time.
Yeah, that's true. But this is have you read the comic?
No, and I hate to admit it, because my friend Scott Lost, it's like one of his favorite comics of all time. And
it is very good. The first probably 6 issues are super boring.
I will say the violence I see in the cartoon, I think, is pretty good. Like, what I like about it is that you see the viscera. You see, like, it's not just undifferentiated red. You know, that you're seeing like actual structures, which is another thing that I think, like, that's one of those things, like, the first time you watch an autopsy and you realize, like, oh, this is a whole complicated machine in there. Like, it's not just cutting into, you know, a honey baked ham where it's just a solid, you know, undifferentiated, like, block. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of complexity. I think that's something that also is, like, I like to see. And that's one thing I noticed about even though, of course, the Invincible cartoon, the violence is way over the top, it's at least trying to make it kind of disturbing, kind of gross, kind of upsetting, you know?
Right. But I guess my point was, it's still very sensationalized.
Yes.
Right? But it's more than like everyone's just a skin bag of blood. You know, there's like stuff inside.
Yeah.
Like when in the comic, when he punches somebody and like underestimates his strength, so their head explodes. You know, Like you see there, you don't just see like this, you know, puddle of blood. You do
Like
see the puddle of blood, but you also see like brain matter and eyes and
pieces of
teeth
skull and teeth and yeah.
But everybody's still mostly a bag of blood in that comic. I guess what I was going to bring up, without spoiling anything,
Yes.
you have to watch this.
Okay.
There is a scene in the subway, which I won't say anything else about.
Okay.
But people who have seen the cartoon know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I would never in a million years want to watch anything close to live action like that.
Of that. Yeah.
But as a cartoon, there's enough of abstraction of it that it was just really entertaining. But like if I saw like a really good CG, you know, or if that happened somehow in reality, I think it would be so horrific that I would be scarred for life and I would never be happy again.
Well, that's a little how I felt with, I don't know if you caught when I was talking about The Proposition, this Western. There's a little bit of it, in, like that's a very hard, realistic violence, terrible movie. I mean, it's a great movie, but it's like, you need a break after. You need a breather.
Yeah. I like escapist fiction. I like to not, I like to go, I live in reality and I don't like it that much.
Yeah, well, and you know, I feel a lot of the same way. I think I am, even though, look, and I've had my sort of spectacular gore moments in the D versus M comics, you know, like once in a while. Usually when someone gets hit by a ray gun, it's a pretty spectacular, you know, like thing. But I try to balance it with more what we're talking about, which is something that's more what you would expect to see. Like if it really, that's really what it was, like what would it look like? And it's weird, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Like I never thought I would get this old, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with entertaining violence. Not necessarily.
Sure.
Okay. I just feel like there's enough of it out there and I'm not interested in making more of it. Like I think I want, even in like the most spectacular or over the top or sci-fi examples of it in my book, I do still want a pinch of the actual sound of getting hit in the face. You know, like I don't want it to be just for like, isn't this awesome? Like I want it to be a little like, ugh, you know. And actually one of my favorite, I remember I showed when my reference model for Young Man in Black, Ruben, got to read 75. He called out the kitchen scene when Young Man in Black is working through there and he sees like there's like a arm sitting on a kitchen counter and there's blood on the floor and it all, like I tried to really draw like what would that really look like,
right?
Like he was a little like unsettled by it, and I felt great about that. Like, because that's what I want you. I don't want you to look at it and say like that's awesome. I want you to look at it and be like, ugh. And that's I'm making that on small decisions too. Like Jenny having her like screwed up eye from, you know, really getting like slammed on the ground. I didn't want that to look like a movie black eye. I wanted it to look painful. I wanted it to look bad. I wanted it to look like something that's not going to heal anytime soon. That she's very aware of. That like it's, you know, she's feeling it the whole time she's sitting there. And like I because it's hard to relate to getting hit by a ray gun. In all the movies and all the books, I want to throw in some sort of thing that you can relate to. You can relate to like having an injury in a place that's hard to ignore. You can relate to like an injury that you could picture happening. In this one, without spoiling anything, one of the characters is going to split their lip. And like, that's something I think like, you know, you can, and I don't want it to look like a movie split lip, like a very cool looking little line. I want it to be like a gnarly swollen lip where you can kind of see like the teeth in a way you're not supposed to, because that's what it looks like, you know? And like in 97, I had the guy with the degloving, like he got a finger stripped by a Deinonychus. That's what that looks like. Like I wanted it to look like, and I didn't have like blood spraying out of it. I had like it just starting to like drip down. Like there's that moment. Anyone who's ever hurt themselves or seen someone get hurt, you know this moment. There's like a boom, like, oh shit, are you okay? And then the blood comes. Like that's the, you know, and it's like that. I was like, that's real. That's how it goes. It's not like, you know, like this crazy, like Dan Aykroyd in SNL, like, you know, playing Julia Child accidentally cutting himself. There's this moment where everyone's holding their breath, like, how hurt are you? And then like, blah, like the blood starts coming. I want that moment because people can relate to it, and it's not cool. It's not fun. It's like, ugh, like that sucks. That looks terrible, you know? So.
Yeah, and yet it's still escapist because you still have Mars bots.
It's still aliens and dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean,
highly competent governments somehow keeping a lid on this. Yeah,
right. Dozens of people not leaking things.
Right.
Yeah, what I want to know. This would be the most boring part of your story, and you should never do it. But there's got to be like a zookeeper. You know what I mean? There's got to be like there's got to be like a team of like kind of nerdy, you know, they used to work for like the Portland Zoo or something.
Yeah.
With the rhinos. And then they get like, you know, they get conscripted into this well, you got to figure out how to keep. There's like a biologist, you know.
Right. There's a throwaway reference in this one. It doesn't spoil anything, but there's a throwaway reference to the vet school dropouts they're working with.
Right.
Like, so like and if you read the coloring book has a bunch of little, for every dinosaur in the coloring book, there's like a blurb of like lore, like just stories about this thing.
Right.
And that's where it's just like there's handlers, there's vets, there's like all these people, you know, like it really thinks through, and this is again like trying to apply some reality to this crazy concept. Like, what would it take to actually do something like this? You would need, a lot of handlers. You need vets. You need wranglers. And how would you find these people? You need, you know, who would they be? What would you be looking for?
Are they kept indoors? I would imagine they're big enough that you could see them from the air, right?
Yeah,
so
well,
that's a facility that like fakes sunlight. See, I'm thinking too much about it. I'm ruining it for myself now.
No, you can't. Basically, there's no practical way to do it. Some of them are too big to be keeping indoors. But that's where you get into like Area 51's ranches, someplace like, you know, out in the federal land.
They've hollowed out a mountain, and inside that mountain they have lights that at 52 Kelvin.
And I think what I'm going to do as I get farther in the continuity, the ridiculousness of trying to hold this nonsense together, like admit it within this universe of like there are leaks everywhere, and this is getting very difficult, and there's like weird sightings all the time, and like, you know, it's like that this is a thing that's very difficult to manage.
Oh yeah.
Before they start winding it down. So
I mean, just transporting them, you know.
Well, and one, not to spoil too much, but the next one, 2001, the problem of what are you going to do with the carcass? Like, if you have a carcass of an animal that's hundreds and hundreds of tons.
Please tell me that you referenced the people blowing up the whale on the beach.
No. Well, I think it's going to get referenced as a what not to do.
Right.
But like, it's going to create this problem of like, what are we going to do? Let's say, and this isn't the species we're going to be talking about in the next comic, but let's say you have a Diplodocus or a Brachiosaur or something like like one of the largest animals that's ever existed dies. What are you doing with that? It becomes like a whole biohazard. Like this thing decomposing, like you can't hide this. It was hard enough to hide when it was alive. Now you have this corpse that's rotting.
You have 10,000 vultures and 100 million domestic beetles.
Right. I mean, one thing I know that I was going to put in the supplementals of this one, and I'm not going to have room, so I cut it, was going to maybe this idea that for some of the larger dinosaurs they're breeding, they weren't real interested in breeding large carnivores before. that now this is the most logical way to deal with the carcasses of the large animals they're breeding. That this is how it worked in the prehistoric biome. That,
Right.
a sauropod dies, how do they deal with that? Well, you have a bunch of, giant carnivores coming around and gobbling it up. Maybe
Right.
that's like the simplest solution to our problem is maybe we should now start breeding some of these large carnivores to deal with these carcasses we have. Like, I like this idea of like, let's think this out logically, how would it really work? And I think it's not just for like, look how accurate I'm being, look how well I'm
this is the
thinking this
fun
out.
part of it.
I think it creates fun story opportunities. Like, and that's where you'll see a big part of the story of 2001. That one of the central problems is, what are we going to do when we have this giant dead animal?
Yeah.
And I think that's where you can have fun with the sci-fi writing. Like how do you deal with that? Like there's a story opportunity there that, and what I look for in D versus M is like, where are the stories that aren't being told in like fiction that's out there? So like Jurassic Park, this is just, it's more of a tease of what this one I'm working on, 79, is about. To me, when I watch Jurassic Park, I think the story that you're not telling are maybe the dozens of failed attempts at getting a dinosaur
Right.
alive.
The mutants.
And a lot of those would be half successes, really sad, pathetic attempts, like that didn't quite work. Animals that never even were ambulatory. There's a whole story that you're not telling in the Jurassic Park story that to me, who wants to write human character stories, that's a story right there. There's your comic. There's like, you can talk about some of this, like this early getting this thing off the ground. Like that's
the scientist that falls in love with the mutant baby, because they mixed in like frog DNA to fill in the gaps. Apparently, somehow that's supposed to work. And so like the weird failed attempts, that's kind of cute, but just couldn't function. But she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to just incinerate it.
Exactly.
Because it grabbed her finger, when it hatched or something. So she steals it and takes it home and is raising it in her apartment.
You're ready to write a D versus M. These are the stories I'm looking for within the stories. So you think of like, what's the surface level thing? Okay, there's dinosaur Martian wars happening out in the deserts of Arizona, for example.
Yeah.
Where's the interesting story? Someone saw it and they weren't supposed to. And what happens to that person? How does the government deal with that person? There's your D versus M 1997. The story isn't the robot and the dinosaur duking it out. That's fun to look at, and I'll show you that. But that's not the story. That's not interesting. Like, what's really interesting is like, how does that really play out? And so like, how do you get the dinosaur program off the ground? How do soldiers deal with this thing? The one after this will be kind of soldier focused. The one after that will be like, it's all going to be like, where's the story in between the margins that like I think is cool, and like Jurassic Park's not going to make that movie. Like you're not going to see a Independence Day about this alien invasion. It's like this little part. I've talked about this one. I'm not going to do this one, but one of the potential scripts before I narrowed on the 6 I want to do was I wanted to do what I thought of as my Wes Anderson D versus M, where it's about like 2 animal handlers, like a flock of small kind of flighted dinosaurs, there's a bunch that are kind of just basically like bird size, get out, get away.
Mm-hmm.
And these 2 vets basically that have been commissioned by the government to go and find them and round them up and trap them and bring them back. Like they have their little romance while they're out looking for dinosaurs that are holed up in a barn somewhere, roosted in a barn. Like I just thought like this would be the fun story that no one's ever going to tell this story. No one's ever going to make this movie. But there's an opportunity there. And I think it's just as good as anything.
I want the corrupt bureaucrat that somehow ingrains himself into the system, goes crazy, and like uses all the dinosaurs to like invade Canada to kill Prime Minister. Like I want to see some it's almost like a Star Trek world where we've solved all the problems on Earth, so now we're fighting these other planets. But like I think really if the US government had access to giant killer lizards, like they would be in the Middle East.
Absolutely, they would. Who knows what they'd be using it for? Well, I liked the idea that when you're dealing with the problem of how is this not getting out, I think you have to, when you're writing a story like this, you have to build into it like it is getting out. So if it is getting out, it's like the silly thought problem of if time travel is real, time travelers would have been here. So what's the evidence of time travelers? Like, it's kind of like, okay, so if there are really dinosaurs out there and, and they're real, like, what's the evidence? And so I started like, well, maybe some chupacabra sightings are, like, I mean, whatever. You start working into your lore.
Yeah.
It creates a little bit of sympathy for paranoid schizophrenics or into conspiracy theories, because it helps you see, like, this is how you do it. You see reality and you start making your story fit into it. So it's like, oh, every chupacabra story, that was a dinosaur, and you can imagine if you really believed this stuff.
Okay, so in your D versus M universe, what type of government? So there's two types of governments that I think can run something like this, right?
Yeah.
One is way more fictionalized because I think that I think there's a range, but there's just these two extremes. One is what I think what we have, which is a bunch of people trying to get by, and they're all fallible and whatever, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get lots of leaks. You're gonna get, Donald Trump taking home a box of papers that have
nuclear information. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Somehow there's a filing cabinet that he had access to and was able to walk out of the building.
And for some reason, it was a good idea to carry this story, by the way, I don't want to get derailed. It's an amazing story.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I am riveted. Like, and I'm kind of over, like, I have a lot of Trump exhaustion, but this one is like, he did what? Like, I'm like, this is amazing. But anyway,
and what I love about it is I'm 100% certain that Obama, Bush, Clinton probably also had a similar box or something, like
possible.
Because
but I mean, it just shows, I mean, this is the question of like, it begs the question, is it only because of his incompetence that we're aware of, like, everyone has done everything he's done, but the reason he seems especially bad is because he's so incompetent. And like, it's just, we're aware of every single thing. Like, is that the difference? Or is he really uniquely bad and all the other ex-presidents are sitting around saying, like, he did what? Like, they're doing the same thing we're doing. It's like, why would he do that? Like, that's insane, Or are they? I know there's a lot of people out there. It's like, they're all the same.
I don't think they are.
I don't think they are either. But if they are, that means that Trump is just uniquely bad at being the same. Like,
which is within the realm of possibility.
Possible. You can't rule it out. But anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No.
That's one potential government. Back up.
Okay, so the other one is more of what you see in the movies and TV. There's like three people that are so callous towards human life that they just off anyone who comes remotely close to leaking. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, they're the type of people that just, they use the phrase, I will end you, and mean it. Like, I'm going to end a sentence. I'm going to end that person's life. And there's somebody like that whose job is just to, like, they just show up to like a committee meeting and they're like, hey, where's Dr. So-and-so? Oh, I had to end her. And then everybody's like, oh, okay.
She won't be joining us.
Yeah. She's no longer on the committee. And people just understood what that means. And that's the only way, you know what I mean? That's the only way there aren't leaks with humans.
Right.
Is if there's a lot of murder.
Right. I think that
and very effective and efficient, like privacy invasion of everybody's lives who's involved.
Yeah, I think an argument could be made that sort of heavy-handed approach could maybe worsen the problem.
Oh, sure, yeah, no, it's
keeping things quiet. Cycle. Because and again, you're not engendering a lot of loyalty if you're constantly like, looking over, like, wondering, like, so the D versus M reality is way more like the first one. that and this is mostly informed by my experience of working in government and my experience of like family members who've worked in government. I have family members with top secret clearances. I have family members who've worked in a lot of different levels. I feel like I have a pretty good sense of what that actually is like. And it's definitely more like Trump, for stupid reasons, picked up a box labeled nuclear secrets and walked out of, the White House. Right. Like that checks out based on my reality, my understanding of reality. And so I have to weave that into the premise. Just the idea that someone is leaking these documents to me to make comics out of for agendas yet to be revealed. Like that has to fit in. Like the idea is like, no, you can't keep this secret. It's getting out all over the place. Like it's just, there's leaks everywhere. And I think and I don't know if a lot of people have thought too deeply about this, but I've tried to make it clear that while there is this little organization within the government that's involved in all this stuff, it's not all powerful. And it itself is sort of constrained within a lot of guardrails that are there's a logic to it, but it's a little hard to make out. So in theory, they can indefinitely incarcerate an American citizen, like, Jenny in 97. But at the same time, and I thought this was, I only know like one person who's really keyed in on this is like the weird kind of space they operate in. To make that work, they need to fake a blood test for her. There's like some basic kind of like channels they don't have full control over, for example, like Flagstaff PD. They don't have control over, like they are operating in their own little lane. And within that lane, they have a lot of ability to do whatever they want. But if they need to get like a paper trail on somebody, they don't have the ability to do that. They need to start manipulating outside themselves. They need to manipulate other agencies to make that happen or play along with them. I wanted to show that for all they're not all powerful. It's not like what you'd see in conspiracy literature of like black helicopters, one world government, they're all in the same, there's it's all the masters somewhere in a room. It's more an agency that's been given a lot of leeway, but it's not the only name in town. Like, they need to, once in a while they will bump shoulders with the CIA or with, a local police agency or the military or something, and they have to kind of like accommodate that. I thought that is not only more plausible, it's also, again, at the end of the day, it should be about a fun story, a more interesting story. That there's this weird group that kind of has to navigate a complicated ocean.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I've got to go.
Okay, I do too.
But
I need to do some drawing.
have you
Squatch
seen-
is probably apoplectic at this point.
Well, I wanted to end with two things.
Okay.
The fact that Squatch thinks that this isn't working is interesting to me.
This is work.
This is part of the creative process.
And by the way, on that note, thank you for asking these questions, because it always helps to kind of say it out loud. Like I have the thought in my head, but to say it out loud helps kind of clarify.
Right. But yeah, like as creatives, we're building these worlds. This is a big part of that.
It is. Like, well, and again, this was something I did in that the Making Comics podcast. The example we came up with was like, if you asked me about a character in each of my books, I can tell you their favorite kind of chip. Like, it's not that I've sat and worked that out, but I've embodied that character well enough where I can come up with an answer that I don't have to sit and think about it. Like, I just have, like, that seems like a sour cream and onion kind of guy. Like, I can say that because I know them well enough. I think, at least with my approach, you kind of have to do that on almost every level. Like, you need to have a good enough sense of this where you've thought it through enough where you can ask me a question about how does this work? And it's like, even if I don't have that answer written down someplace, I kind of intuitively know the answer. It's like, well, this is how I've it's something like that.
Yeah. Anyway, this is like a necessary part. Even though I'm not doing a story about aliens or dinosaurs, this is beneficial to me. Just to, like, this is the type of thing that these are the type of conversations you have to like keep everything running.
I think so. And Jim, I know Jim can do it. Even though we've established he's the laissez-faire one. You ask him anything about any of his characters or his story, and he has an answer. Like he knows.
And what's really fascinating with him is the file names of his characters. So he has a folder where he'll just draw characters, right?
Yeah.
So he's got like a folder full of people that he can, because as much as we say that he's just like, bang it out, do it fast, every single one of his movies has at least one giant, really complicated crowd scene.
Yes.
Like he doesn't shy away from hard work.
No.
And
he could. It's kind of like what I brought up at in our casters the other night. Like there's an element of you need to be able to elect to work harder than anyone's asking you to. You know, you need to make that choice. And he does that a lot with his movies, where it doesn't have to be in a bar. It doesn't have to be at a live show. Like you could do this anywhere. And like he's making it hard on himself. Like no one's asking him to do that. And it would have been no one would blame him if he didn't, but he's doing it.
Yeah. But as I was putting together Breaking the Chains behind the scenes on Unchained Aggression, I got to work with his folder full of people as we were, because I'm the same. I'm dumb, and I also am like, hey, let's do this thing that's going to cause way too much work. And so we had this giant. It was like, I don't know, 12,000 pixels wide scene where we had this parallax dolly shot. And so we had I don't know, I think we had like 12 layers of depth.
Cool.
And then it just went, I think it was like a 30-second or longer shot of the camera just moving sideways. And so I'm like, I need people. So we sketched it out. I need people for this. And it wasn't like the people were named, guy number 37. It was the name of the file was their backstory. And like, there were people that like, he would give me like a vice that they had, or like a reason that they dressed that way, or like a physical characteristic, but written in like they're like sentences. His file names are like, dude with red hair who's into blondes that are 20 years younger than him .jpeg. And it's like,
wow.
Anyway, so even the characters where it's like there's this whole, they don't do any, like they're they have two layers, and the other layer is just the forearms so that I can move it up and down as they move their drink, and that's it. That's the only thing that they do.
That's the whole thing.
There's a full-on backstory there.
Yeah.
To the point where I was able to, without talking to him, know that this guy probably has the shakes because he's coming off of like a long heroin addiction.
There you go.
Anyway.
No,
okay.
I it's probably one of the few areas where I think Jim and I we kind of overlap a little bit. Like he's very loose and way faster than me, and not as hung up on like minutia as I am. But I mean, like with the character analysis videos I do, like at least my main characters, like I've thought them through on a level that, admittedly, probably unnecessary.
Yeah, right.
But I do that work. So.
Yeah, I don't do that.
If you did something where it was basically the whole story was this POV character, I suspect you would dial that in.
Maybe. No, yeah, for the main characters, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
For his like background characters, that's no, I don't.
Yeah, no, for main characters, I definitely do that. Like I'll tell you really quick. This is funny. I have this great idea for a comic, and I've done 2 pages of this comic because I had these. I don't know if other people get this, or I don't know if you get this, but like I had these scenes in my head that I had to get out. I was like, these are like 3 key scenes in this comic. And I really love the idea of this comic. It's like, and my cousin, who is an engineer for NASA, like I've had multiple 2 or 3 hour long conversations with him about physics, just so that I can plausibly tell this story, which is a ludicrous concept, by the way. The idea of it is not based on any reality, but like I wanted the underpinnings of it to function.
Right.
I got so into this. I drew these pages. I spent a week drawing these 2 pages. And then after that, I realized I have no protagonist or villain or story arc. Like I just had these scenes and this concept for this world. And I've been trying to, since then, because that was a couple months ago, I got these pages out. And since then, I've just, in the back of my mind, been trying to figure out like, who would the most interesting person be to like follow. So like I did it completely backwards, and it like killed the project. It's not good. I'll revise it at some point. But like,
I think that's still, I don't know if that's so backwards though, because I think sometimes, you know, you come up with a character that works best for that premise. You know, like you come up with a premise and you think, who's the character that's going to have the most interesting challenge, like with whatever you've set up here. Like, I think you can go that way.
Yeah. Offline sometime I'll have to run this by you and see.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
On a similar note, like when I was like the one I'm doing right now, I had to work out, this isn't much of a spoiler, but I had to work out, it was 2 levels deep. I had to work out, hypothetically, if you were going to make a dinosaur in a lab, how would you do it? You know, like what would probably the general approach be? Okay, so now you have that, and now I had this idea, and this was just a story idea. I thought it would be interesting if the scientists working on this had been dead ending basically for a little while, and what would be the hang up? Like, what would be the thing that they like, oh, you know what we're doing wrong? So I needed to understand not only the premise of like, how hypothetically would you make a dinosaur in a lab, but like, what would be a way you'd be doing it wrong? You know? And so I could have, because I needed scientists talking in this book and saying things that if you happen to know anything about this, it would sort of make sense. Like, but I also don't want to commit to the specifics, because I don't know, you know, like, so it's just enough. So it's kind of like with you with the physics thing, probably, where it's like, I need to understand this just well enough to bluff my way through it. Right. And like, and have it be not incorrect, you know, correct is debatable, but not incorrect, not where somebody reads this is like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like it needs to be a thing of like, oh, okay, so it's something, this is sort of how this works.
Yeah.
And I did all this research just to come up with a couple lines of dialogue that I could say were like fairly safe to have a scientist saying to another scientist.
Oh yeah.
And
for this comic, I have spent more than 6 hours just reading different philosophers and scientists' theories on how we perceive time. Just so that I could have someone in a meeting plausibly mention the different like frameworks of what we believe time is.
Right. And so if there happens to be someone out there who knows about this stuff, they're not checked out. Like they're duly impressed. They're like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least they're like, okay, you tried.
Yeah, at least that, right. So here's the question, and this kind of goes back to like, are you doing, what are the percentages? Are you doing it for that hypothetical reader versus yourself, the confidence of, I didn't say a stupid thing? Where's the breakdown between those?
I'm doing it for the general reader. Now, the real reason I'm doing anything is because I want to and it's fun. I mean, we don't have to do any of this. So I'm doing it for myself.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm probably doing it for myself. Like, I loved Independence Day, but it totally took me out of the story. Not being a programmer and not being somebody who is
I know exactly where you're going. Yeah.
I'm kind of techie, right? But not like
Right.
not anything like people who do it for a living. And he just pulls up his MacBook and like interfaces with an alien operating system.
No problem. No problem.
Without any like, I mean, there's so many basic assumptions there, you know,
Right.
and we're supposed to just hand wave that away because his dad said, you know, I spent all this money sending you to MIT and you're working for the cable company or something. So like he went to MIT, so somehow that's supposed to like make it so that he, you know.
No problem.
I mean,
no
all it
problem
would
at
have
all. We can
all it
barely
would have
get
taken.
Apple to talk to a PC, but you know, like we can get a Mac to talk
Right.
to. Yeah, exactly.
I can't print a PDF without just, you know, spending 20 minutes swearing and running around the house, you know, like trying to figure out why it's not working. But
yeah, I tried to open a PDF in Photoshop the other day and just immediately was annoyed. Like just
right.
I mean, it sort of worked, not really, but yeah.
So I think any story falls apart when you think about it too much, right?
Sure.
It's just, yeah.
But well, especially like these kinds of stories, like when you're introducing really fantastical, extra normal.
Well, I think there's even in a normal story, it's got to be exceptionally good.
Yeah.
For every person in that story to feel plausible and feel like, yeah, I could see them making that decision.
Yeah.
Or saying that thing, you know.
It's rare enough where I think it stands out when you encounter it. Like I could think of like a half dozen scripts, like movies I've seen in my life, where I feel like this is bulletproof. Like this is like perfect. But that few. Like a lot of them you sit and think about, it's like, well, that doesn't really make sense. But you know.
Yeah. And so my goal with the things that I do is either to be so absurd that it's obvious that I'm being absurd, which is actually harder to do because a lot of people think you're just making a mistake. You know, if you don't push it, especially the world today is so weird that trying to do satire and parody, you have to be so absurd that people don't, you know, like there are people out there that believe that there is a satanic cult of child-eating politicians that run the world. And so if I'm going to do something, what's that?
Based in a pizza place.
Right. And if I'm going to do something, it has to be not just a little bit more absurd than that. It has to be so absurd that people say, oh, that's obviously, you know, and then you run into like Poe's Law where there's always somebody that thinks you're being just straight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And or the other thing is, I want, while the person is experiencing the story, nothing takes them out of it. And then one step beyond that, while they're telling somebody else about the story, they can explain away enough of it to be like, yeah, it works.
Yeah.
The third step of like people like you and I sitting down and dissecting things ad nauseum, I never want to get to that point because I don't have, I would rather produce more work before I die than have a perfect thing.
Well, and I will say this, for all the labor I put into getting all the details right with these, I have one of the this is where I have a luxury. If you're telling a very heavily POV based story, it's just like any one of us where you don't know how things work in real life.
Right.
You know, so all I need is enough there where there is some logical through line.
Yeah, that's
I don't need to explain everything. Like
that's the value
Jenny
of
in 97, she doesn't know how things work. And so I don't need to explain to the reader how they work. And like the Men in Black, they're coming up on a scene. They don't know exactly what took place before. And that gives me a lot of permission to not have to commit to the specific, you know, like you're only getting the information that they're getting. This idea is an eyewitness account. And that loosens me up a little bit where I don't need to know exactly like, what is the hierarchy of this government agency? Doesn't matter. Right. Like, I just need to know what's it like to do that job for 3 hours. That's what I need to know.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah. And that's the value of having the idiot in the stories. You know, there's not always, because, you know, and kind of the newer genre has showed up of like hard sci-fi, you know, where the science really works. But like, you know, for most of the 60s through the 90s, sci-fi and fantasy, even earlier than that, sci-fi and fantasy, you always had the idiot who just had to have it. You had Neo in the Matrix, or you had, you know, the guy who just showed up to town that doesn't know how the town works, you know, or whatever, you know, somebody's transported in time. And so there's always a guy wandering around that is usually the protagonist, that is the audience transplant that everybody has to explain things to, you know.
Right.
Well, the three shells, that's how we wipe our butts, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. Right. No, and that makes it easy. It makes the exposition a little bit easier to conceal.
Because they can ask a question.
Right.
You know.
Right. And that's why that's one thing that's a little trickier for me to triangulate with this, is at least in the 3, counting the one I'm doing right now, the 3 I've done so far. One of them is an outsider, and I don't have to, like, I can keep it very, like, I just saw this, I didn't know what it meant. Like, and that's a very easy thing to write, you know, because it's like, I don't need to explain. I need to have some sense of what actually, like, you know, is going on, but like, I don't need to get in the weeds explaining it. And I don't need to explain it to the reader, because I want them to be in the position of Jenny, who's a little at a loss. But when you have the men in black who totally know their job and know things, and then the scientist characters and the one I'm working on now you kind of have an opposite problem, where there's no reason for anybody to explaining anything to anybody.
Right.
Like, it's the idea, like, if you go to work next week, no one's going to be like, here we are at insert business name here, doing our insert job description. Like, that's not how people talk. So it kind of creates a burden of like, all right, what's an organic way to start introducing information that doesn't sound like turning to the camera and explaining? Like, so this is what's going on.
Or you just don't.
You find a way to tell a story where it doesn't matter. It doesn't,
just George Lucas, where you just have these throwaway lines that he had no idea what they meant, and you have Obi-Wan saying, well, that was back in the Clone Wars, you know, and then everybody gets to speculate for 30 years what the Clone Wars were.
What that is. Or even the opening shot. Like, we don't need to sit and explain the Empire and the Rebellion. Show a big ship chasing a little ship. There we go. Like, and like, I haven't explained anything. Right. But you don't need to. You just, let's work with elemental imagery here. You know, let's work with like basic human kind of like drama and character conflict and stuff like that. And like, we'll make all the weird lore background. Like, that's and that's kind of, I feel like that's the only way I can make it work. There's probably other approaches, but that's kind of how I've been handling it, where I need to know how you make a dinosaur in a lab, and we'll just pepper it in there, but that's not what this is going to be about. This comic isn't about how to make a dinosaur for dummies.
Right.
This is going to be like, these are people who this is their job, but that's not specifically what this story is about.
Yeah. This is one of those pages.
Yeah. I think I've seen, that's a bear.
What's that?
That's a monster.
There's a dinosaur.
But I mean, like, that's a lot to draw.
The page itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the scene I had in my head. I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah.
But I know that they are all historically accurate. That was important.
There you go.
So, I mean, like, you know, there were female samurai that dressed like this. Anyway.
There were female samurai?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, I'm actually, this is unrelated, but this is the first black samurai. He was.
Yeah, why hasn't there been a movie about this?
He's shown up several times. It's Yasuke. There's an anime.
An anime, but I feel like.
Live action.
Yeah, come on. Like, it's one of those things. There are 2 stories I've encountered recently, past few years, that I was just stunned that I had never been aware of this before. Yeah. That's one, like the Black Samurai story, which is like.
Did you read the book?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
No.
Okay, then I probably won't.
I
Is
think
the
that's-
anime good?
I haven't watched the anime, and it could be
Okay.
good. I don't know. I have the
I'm
same
intrigued.
problem.
I'm just intrigued by the historical story, and
And
so it's
that's
like I
and
feel
that
like I want.
then you might enjoy the book.
Okay.
The book was coldly historical. Like I prefer like Stephen Pressfield history, where instead of telling us about Leonidas, he's telling us about like one of the slaves in the encampment that like carries the food through the camp.
Yeah.
Do you know Stephen Pressfield wrote War of Art, but he also
Yes.
writes like scarily accurate like ancient Greek stories. And his Gates of Fire is phenomenal. It's
Gates of Fire.
about the battle of Thermopylae, which is what 300 is about.
Oh, yes,
But
yes, yeah.
it's from the perspective of an ancient Greek that was his village was captured and he became a slave to the Spartans, and his job was to like be part of the supply chain to their battles. But it's like totally fictional because none of those people existed. But
Right.
like history professors say, if you want to understand what ancient Greece was like, you need to read Stephen Pressfield's like Gates of Fire, because it's fiction that's so good that it accurately portrays what it's like.
I'm gonna check it out. That sounds cool.
So when you read I think it's called The Black Samurai, the first Black Samurai.
Mm-hmm.
It is merely a restating of the facts that we have with almost no flourish.
No, it's just like straight reporting, basically.
It's very cold. And there are even parts where it's like, and then we don't know what happened for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then there's a mention of a guy that has skin the color of ink. That's probably this guy, but we don't know for sure because they didn't use his name. But there was no black people in Japan at the time except for Yasuke, so it's probably
so you
him.
would think, yeah.
And so for an accuracy standpoint, it seems to have a lot of credibility, but it's a slog.
Got it.
But
well,
it's interesting.
When I tried to look it up a little bit, my impression was there's not a ton of information. So I would imagine, it's not much to it. Well, that was something that I had somehow never encountered before, and I felt like this is a really interesting story. The other one was when I watched the Watchmen series. Did you see that? The one that
I haven't seen it.
Okay. It opens with a flashback to the Tulsa race massacre. Like which I was watching it and thought, this is like Watchmen alternate history. Like I had never, but there was something about it, like they were being very specific with some details and like unusual details that would feel like weird to come up with in a fictional telling, where I was like, is this, and it was enough for me to look it up.
Right.
And that was something where it's like, how have I never heard about this before? Like, this is insane that this kind of event happened, and I'm finding out about it from watching Watchmen.
Right.
Like at 40 something years old. Like, how is that possible? So like, that's another thing where, and now you hear about it more and more. Like, I don't know if Watchmen was responsible, but I feel like since Watchmen, now I hear people talk about the Tulsa thing.
I think Watchmen plus Twitter, probably.
Probably the two.
Well, that's where I found out about it, is people on Twitter saying the same thing that you're saying, Now people know that this exists, and then they would talk about it.
And just like that, to me, I just, when I think about the stupid stuff that somehow found its way into my brain, like American history, like the molasses flood or whatever, like I'm sure you've heard, like this stupid shit that who effing cares? Like this is like, it's just trivia.
Right.
But like the Tulsa thing, it's like, I should know it. Like, this should have been part of history class.
Right.
Like, I mean, this is crazy. So that's both those things, the Black Samurai and the Tulsa thing, were like in the past few years, I just totally never heard of. And I was like, wow, that's a thing.
Well, yeah. And it wasn't that Yasuke was it wasn't that he was merely a samurai. Like he was the second most powerful man in Japan. Like he was the second, he was the right-hand man to the highest ranking like warlord in Japan. Like
they were super impressed with him.
yeah. Well, he would like for fun, he would like take on like 3 sumo wrestlers and like toy with them like a cat toys with mice.
Yeah.
And then when he was done, he would just throw them all out of the ring and everybody would laugh. And, you know, because he was a giant compared to all these tiny little Japanese guys.
Meanwhile, like they made a movie, The Last Samurai, with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, with the white
bad movie, but
Sure.
you know, it's like it's good. It's sort of like Dances with Wolves, but in Japan. But
Right.
but you know, it's that story, which is fine. Like I really enjoy The Last Samurai, but that's not a historical figure. And it's like we have that movie. Like I would much be way more interested in a Black Samurai movie.
Well,
Like,
but then
that's-
right, but then they do when they do historical figures, they do it like Braveheart,
yes,
which is an excellent movie, but you know, like
completely
Robert the Bruce and William Wallace were separated by like 300 years.
Well, it was, I think they were within, but it was also the era is all wrong. Like when you look at how they're dressed and everything, it's just completely historically inaccurate.
Well, because they mentioned, like I lived in Scotland for several years, and I'm very Scottish. Like I was raised with like that pride of the clan. Scotland.
Me too.
Clan.
Still have all my grandpa's bagpipe albums.
Right.
He would sip scotch and put on and make us listen.
But yeah, the lowlanders they wore trousers. They didn't wear kilts at all.
No,
and so like there's a massive like there's a throwaway line in that movie where they say, oh, the Highlanders are coming out of the hills to join us. And that's the only time other than the Irish guy that there's any indication that Scotland was tribal.
Right.
And that, you know, and that these are very different people. Because where my clan was, which was in the lowlands, we were even further south than Wallace, because he was more in like Stirling. Which is near Glasgow. Glasgow and Edinburgh are pretty low in the country, and the Highlands are very sparsely populated. More sheep than people by 1,000 to 1. You know?
Sure.
I mean, there's 5 million people that live in Scotland, and I think 3.5 million of them live in those 2 cities. That was when I was there 20 years ago, but they're very different. And that, like, the point of the movie was supposed to be, you know, that Robert the Bruce was going to unite the clans.
Right.
But they seemed pretty dang united because they seemed like the same culture and the same people and the same, like there was no distinctions. Like there wasn't like, you know, this clan hated this other clan because, you know, they woke up in the middle of the night and murdered all the men so they could steal the women, you know, or whatever. You know, there was none of that. It was just, I don't know. Anyway, but
no, I can't look. And Braveheart's a lot of fun to watch. Like if you
want to hate the English, then it's a great telling of that.
But it's like it's almost completely ahistorical, like almost entirely, and just fundamental things. I remember my brother he knew more about this stuff than I did. I knew a fair amount. He knew a lot because I think when he was a kid, he was way into like all the English war, like just the history of all that stuff. So he knew a lot more of it.
Yeah. And
like he checked out, right? I mean, he was already impatient with the movie. And then they get to the battle at the bridge at Stirling, which had no bridge.
Right.
I mean, in the movie, no bridge. Like in real life, that was the whole point, you know, like it was, and like it's now in just a field. And he's like, what is this movie doing? Like, what is going on? Like, no, it's a lot of fun to watch. It's very rousing. It's nothing closer to historically accurate. Still not great. Closer was on Netflix. It was I think the Outlaw King. I think that's what it was called.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Chris Pine of all people plays Robert the Bruce.
Oh, interesting.
And it's closer. It's way better. Like and it has some really good moments. It's not as you know, rousing as Braveheart, But in terms of accuracy, if you're more interested in like a historical action movie on that period, I think that gets you closer. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, anyway, yeah. Okay, the second thing that I was going to leave with.
Yes.
Have you watched Primal?
Primal. Which one is that? Oh, the cartoon.
The cartoon.
The Tartovsky, right?
Yeah.
Tartovsky. I never know how to pronounce it.
I don't know.
I haven't yet, but it's on my to-do list because I love him. I like totally love his animation. I was a huge fan of the original Clone Wars.
Yeah.
A huge fan of Samurai Jack.
Yeah.
I'm down for Primal, but I have not watched it.
Like you and I have the same problem in that watching things is hard because you can't be drawing while you're doing it.
Yeah.
But you could easily binge watch 2 seasons of it. But I haven't made it through because I haven't made it through the first season because you have to watch. Like you have to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but it is the most engaging thing I've seen that doesn't have dialogue.
Oh, cool. So there's no dialogue.
No one talks. It's when humans were. I mean, it is massively historically inaccurate because you have humans and dinosaurs at the same time. But it's pre-verbal. I just love that concept. I think it's a fun idea. And it is gut wrenching. Like it is good storytelling. Like there are parts where you're like really feeling for these characters that have never said a word.
Where do you watch it?
It's HBO Max.
HBO Max. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, like I said, I'm a huge fan of his, and it's on my list. It could have been if it's digital, but it could have been in my movie pile of like things I want to watch. But
there's when you do watch it, I would be interested in doing a rewatch with you and talking about it because
let's do it.
There's one episode where it turns, and I'm not sure I like the direction it goes, and I'm curious on how you would feel about that.
Okay.
Just based on this entire conversation.
I'm curious. Yeah.
I'm not bringing this up just because there's dinosaurs in it. I'm bringing it up because of the theme of this whole conversation of, how realistic are you going to be?
Right.
It's interesting because there's a tonal shift. Not necessarily bad, but it was away from it went into a space where I was like, oh, okay, you're setting up new rules now. There's new rules in this world that you just introduced.
Oh.
And
that could be jarring.
It was.
Okay.
Still good. But
all right.
And also the other reason that I thought of it is the level of gore and viscera is pretty intense.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited now. I was excited before, but
yeah. I mean, there's like an episode and a half where one of the characters is injured and stays injured while they heal.
See, I love that.
What I mean?
I love that. Because that's one thing, and you're never going to see this in a D versus M, by the way. You're never going to see someone get shot in a safe place and like wrap it up and go about their business. Like that's not like and in fact, without spoiling anything, one of the ideas that I'm planning on integrating into the next one is someone gets hurt and we're treating injuries in a real way. Like we're treating injuries how like this person is basically out for the count, and this is a problem that's organizing everybody else's attention, like, because it's not like I'm fine, I'll walk it off. Like no, you're not going to walk anything off. You're not going to be fine in the next scene. I love Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's a different kind of reality. It's not supposed to be taken as a reality.
Right.
Indiana Jones gets shot through the shoulder, like ties some cotton rag around it, and the next scene he's fine. It's like that's fine in Indiana Jones. You would never see that in D versus M. That's not how that works.
The worst thing I've ever seen is Fast and the Furious. The Rock is like he's like in intensive care. He's got casts on everything, and he sees have you seen this?
No.
Oh.
No, but I have a feeling I know where this is going.
Yeah, he sees a news report of his old enemy doing something, and he stands up, and just because he's so strong, He just breaks the cast that
yeah,
are healing his broken bones
yeah.
and just walks away like, well, because I've got muscles, so I don't need a skeleton.
Just man up. Take your dress off and walk it off. Stop it. Yeah,
Right.
no. And I love the Nolan Batman movies. I love them. I don't want anyone to get me wrong. I love them. But in that last one, like, okay, he breaks his back. Just do push-ups, man. Just do push-ups right through it. That'll fix your broken back, no problem. Like, I mean, it's kind of like, oh,
that's
boy.
at least a little bit more plausible than the most recent emo Batman, who takes a pipe bomb to the face and doesn't even have any skin scarring or burning.
And even though I loved that new Batman, the one that checked me out a little bit was when he does his wingsuit off the tower, which is it starts as a great moment because I love his like double take when he runs up to the edge and sees how far he actually is up, and you see that you never get to see Batman doing this, but this moment of like, oh shit. Right. Like, you know, like, this is a terrible idea. Like, you see that moment of human there before he's like, I don't have any choice. Like, that I loved. That was awesome. He hits the ground way too hard.
But doesn't he hit the bridge?
Too hard. What's that?
Doesn't he hit the bridge?
Yeah, he hits like a bridge and then like a car and then rolls on the ground.
Right.
He kind of gets up and like walks away like, oof, oof. Like, you hit way, like you would be dead. 100% dead. They needed to find a way to make him land a little less violently because that was just too much. It was.
I mean, like, yeah, I agree. Because I mean, if you are moving forward and then something stops your forward impact, you haven't. I need to go, and I keep bringing up new things. You haven't read The Expanse, right?
No.
Okay. No. Without giving anything away, there is in that series, which is like 9 to 12 books long. So this is easily a throwaway moment.
Yeah.
Someone kills most of the people on a ship by just immediately stopping the ship from moving forward.
There you go. I would do
so
it.
The ship was moving forward and then stopped moving forward, but everybody inside continued to move forward.
Right.
And so, like, and they weren't going super fast.
It doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much, but a sudden stop is one of the most devastating things that you could do.
Oh, absolutely. Here, just for a little fun fact, you know, people who commit suicide, for example, by jumping off a building.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm not talking about 100 stories. I'm talking about like 4. Okay. Right. Usually what's happening is your body stops, but everything in you keeps going. Right. So like, imagine you jump off a 4-story building and you go like, I'll land on my feet. Don't worry. I'll bend my knees. I won't lock my knees. I'll be fine. You're going to land and maybe your legs will absorb that impact and all your organs are continuing racing to the bottom of your abdominal cavity and tearing loose and rupture. Like all sorts of shit is happening. Like that's what's going to kill you. So like, and that's the same thing with Batman. In the Batman movie, like, okay, he hits this bridge. Maybe he stops. Maybe his armor keeps him from fracturing his skull, but every organ in his body is still moving at that momentum forward. Like that's not his no suit is going to help that. But
so I've had 3 falls over 30 feet.
Oof. That's tempting fate. That's really super scary.
Well, I'm done. I was rappelling off of the side of the 3rd floor of my apartment complex. And long story short, I had rigged everything up correctly, except for I trusted this one piece too much. And so when I grabbed it to take myself off of the daisy chain and onto my rappelling gear, it came off and I had it in my hand. And so I free fell.
Oh.
Two things from that. One, in the movies where somebody is falling and they grab a rope, that's not a thing that can happen.
No.
Because I grabbed the rope, and this is when I weighed 60 pounds less than I do now and could do a one-handed pull-up, multiple one-handed pull-ups with either arm easily.
Yeah.
So I was at like really lightweight and peak strength. And I grabbed that rope and it melted my hand. I mean, just melted it, right? Oh. But the trick is I had spent my youth jumping off the 2nd story of our house trying to fly with my cousin. And so we were experimenting with everything we could think of to make a parachute: blankets and grocery bags and, you know, sheets that we had rigged to sticks.
Yeah.
And eventually we realized that it's none of this is going to work. And actually the way that you land is, you know, so if anybody's watching this still, which I don't know why you would, because I'm so boring at this
There's
point.
There's at least one person, apparently, according to the...
Yeah. If everybody's still watching this and you have a fall anything over 8 feet, what you do is you don't stop the momentum. You throw the momentum away from the impact. And so what I did is I landed, and instead of trying to absorb it with my legs, I began absorbing it with my legs, and then I went into a back roll. And so the momentum shifted away from the ground along the ground.
Yeah.
It still hurt a lot, but I didn't get that, you know, the organs, you know, hitting
abrupt stop. Yeah.
Because that force, it has to go somewhere. It's kind of like in The Last Airbender, where it's like if Azula's going to shoot you with the lightning, you can't just absorb it. You're not Yoda.
Right.
You've got to put it somewhere. You've got to shoot it off,
right,
redirect it. That's the same thing. If you're falling, you just redirect that momentum away from the ground
as best you can. Right.
Yeah.
That it just makes me think of this, the idea of falling. For people who haven't watched it yet, if you have Disney Plus, you gotta watch Free Solo, which is so good, so good. And I like it. It's one of the best. So it's about Alex, I think Honnold is his name, doing one of the like record-breaking free solo climbs, which means climbing without a rope.
El Cap. Like he does El Capitan, which is the
El Capitan.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 3.5-hour climb, like of this sheer granite rock face. Right. It's insane. And what a thought I had while I was watching it, I don't remember if this was stated in the movie or I just thought of it while watching. It occurred to me, there's like all these, and what's mesmerizing about the movie is there's all these shots of him, you know, like 2/3 of the way up, shooting down, and you're realizing how far up this guy, like it's insane.
Right.
Without a rope, he's just this guy hanging onto the side of a cliff. But
I haven't seen it.
What's that?
I haven't seen it. I know about this guy because I was a rock climber, but
it's an amazing movie. I recommend it to everybody. It's really it's a very interesting movie. But the thought that I had when I was watching it, and again, maybe they said this or maybe I just thought it. After about 30 or 40 feet, it kind of doesn't make, like, you think about how do you manage the fear? How do you manage the fear? After 30 or 40 feet, you're going to die anyway. Like, so it's like whether you're 1,500 feet up or 50, it's all the same. You know, so like if you can get over, I think the fear, quote, like capacity of being up 50 or 80 feet, like it's all, no matter what, it's not like, oh, now he's going to extra get killed. You know, like, no, you were in the death range way lower on the mountain. Like that's, you know, it was already super dangerous. But
have you been rock climbing?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I'm of the temperament. I don't think I could.
I'll take you rock climbing sometime. We'll go.
I would do it with ropes. I would never do what this.
No, free climbing is stupid.
Crazy. Insane. Yeah. But I would love to try. Yeah. I would love to try. Yeah, I guess, yes. I would like to try rock climbing.
Sport. What you're looking for is called sport climbing.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, people have had their parachute fail and lived. So I mean,
yes. But that's like that's like you won the lottery.
Right. It's very rare.
Very rare. And when you read the circumstances, it always is like, I mean, they land in a marsh. The breeze was where they kind of hit the ground more like this rather than like that. Sure. You know, there's a lot of like weird, or they hit a slope and they kind of, you know, there's all these weird little, you know, and every die roll went in their favor in the D&D game of life. They hit they rolled natural 20s 3 times.
Except for their chute opening.
Except for that. Yeah, they rolled a 1,
opening,
but then 20s after that.
But other than that, yeah. No, there is a difference because it's not a free fall. You would hit Homer Simpson style all the way down.
Probably, yeah.
And I've fallen, you know, like a top rope. Okay, so when you're top roping, you bring the rope with you to the chains at the top of a route.
Right.
And then you set so if you fall, this is the other fall I had over 30 feet. If you fall twice the distance of the last time you clipped into the rock, right?
Right.
And so because
it's to the last piece of equipment and then that much farther, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Right. And so I have so this would be very different. This is why free climbing, which is what he's doing, he will eventually die of this. Everyone who free climbs is eventually killed by it, because it's like being a hacker who's trying to avoid the government. Being on the defense, you have to be perfect. Being on the offense, you just have to wait for somebody to make a mistake. Free climbing, you have to be perfect. You can never make a mistake, because that mistake
is fatal.
will kill you every time.
Yes. And when you're talking about El Capitan, you're talking about the way he describes it, thousands of individual moves to get up there. So any one of those you do wrong, it's over.
Right.
Done.
And that mistake might not immediately kill you, but in rock climbing, there's this thing called getting pumped, where you fatigue a muscle group so much that limb just becomes useless.
Yeah.
And so if you go out of order in a move set, or if you've planned incorrectly and you get what's called switched up, where your right hand is high and your left hand is low, but you need it to be the opposite thing. In fixing that mistake, you could pump your arm so much that your right hand doesn't work anymore. Now you're climbing one-handed.
Yeah.
And descending is way harder than ascending.
Yeah.
And so you have to, I've done it to where it's like, well, now I just can't use my right arm anymore. And so now I've got to finish because I'm halfway up this wall. So anyway, so one time, or this happens and it's not even a mistake. I mean, technically, I guess you could call it a mistake, but I clipped in to the first clip, which was 12 feet off of the ground. And I was at the second clip, which was 14 feet above the 12-foot clip. And you already know the problem in that.
Yeah. If you do the math, that math doesn't work out.
Right. And so whoever had set this route didn't quite think it through.
No.
And that's not even taken into account the fact that it's a dynamic rope instead of a static rope. And so when you fall, it's not an immediate stop. The rope stretches and has some elasticity to kind of give you some, whatever.
But it wouldn't matter anyway, because you're already looking at potentially a 26-foot unassisted fall.
Right. Right.
With this rope piling on top of you after you hit the rock, Yeah.
Yeah. So I had my quick draw in my right hand, and that's what I used to clip into the clip, which will clip into the rope, which would give me ground clearance on the second clip. The first clip did not have ground clearance. And so I have my quick draw in my right hand and my left hand on a solid jug. And that piece of rock came off of the cliff face in my hand, and I was just holding it.
Yeah.
My hand. So I had a toe hold on either foot, and then this solid, locked elbow. So I'm using my shoulder and my back to hold myself. Because if you're bent at all, you're hanging on your forearm muscles, which doesn't work. And so locked elbow, sloth style, right? It comes off in my hand. Jesus. And I did the quickest math I've ever done in my life and calculated this fall. And I was like, I'm going to die now. So I thought, I'm going to do everything I possibly can to take out as much slack as I can. So as I was falling backwards, I squatted down and my heels touched my butt. And when I was parallel to the ground, perpendicular to the rock, I kicked out as hard as I could, and I shot out about 10 feet.
Stretch it.
Right. Because then I'll be diagonal instead of vertical underneath the rope. Right. And my belayer, who outweighed me by 20 pounds, maybe, he looked up and he saw me falling, and he was standing on the edge of a cliff face. And without a second thought, and this is why I only go with people that are willing to put I'm willing to put my life in their hands.
Yeah.
He looked up, he sees me falling. He immediately jumps backwards off of this cliff and takes a huge armful of rope and locks off.
Oh.
So he dropped 6 feet before I hit the ground. And so I cracked the heel of my heel bone of my right foot. I hit, and then as I was like teetering off of my foot and about to just hit solid granite with my head, that's when he and I both hit the rope, and I stopped about 6 inches from smacking my head on the ground.
Wow. Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky
Lucky in that I took that extra 10 feet out of the rope, and he jumped off the side of the cliff. If either one of us hadn't done that, I mean, it was inches. I was literally hovering, like my head 6 inches off the ground. And then
like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
No, exactly like that.
Over the ground. Yeah. Like that, just that short. That's terrifying. But you got to, in lieu of this, you've got to watch Free Solo. You've got to. It is so good. It is so good. I think you're going to love it. It might be
just too, I like escapist fiction, and it might be just like, I have not been rock climbing in quite a long time.
Yeah.
Kind of like I haven't been on a motorcycle in a while. I haven't been, and so there's just certain things where I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I recommend it to everybody. It's one of the best documentaries I've ever seen. It is staggering, and just, I'm not an athlete, I'm not a rock climber, but it does, to me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you're into or not into.
Right.
Like, to me, the only argument to maybe not watch it is if you have a paralyzing fear of heights. Like, then maybe I'd say, like, I don't know. I think you're going to have a tough time with this movie. But it's really fascinating. And it gets into a little bit of, like, this guy, at one point in the movie, he gets a brain scan, and they notice that the parts of his brain, I don't remember all the anatomy, but the parts of his brain that are basically kind of measure how much you react to fear, excitement, whatever, don't light up in the same way as most other people, which explains a lot. Like he's just got a different kind of capacity for dealing with this.
Well, that's been theorized for a long time with like Laird and the big wave surfers and those guys.
Yeah, people who like roller coasters, like all that stuff. Like how sensitive you are to that kind of stimuli.
The theory with Laird is because he'll go and bomb these 40-foot waves. The theory with Laird is that he is like his dopamine levels are so low that to feel normal, he has to get to a point in time where his life is in danger. Yeah.
So I don't know who that is that would climb an ice waterfall. We're talking about Alex Honnold, who the guy in Free Solo, which is a documentary.
Yeah, ice climbing is a whole different thing.
That sounds even scarier to me.
Yeah, you're literally taking a pickaxe, 2 pickaxes,
chopping
into this ice. Paul Pate is asking if we just started.
It just started. No,
I've been trying to wrap it up for
We're trying to wrap it up. We're probably it's gonna be about a 4-hour show today. But,
an hour ago, I said I have to go, but I have just one more thing, and so.
Squatch. Look, Foo's a friend of the show, Squatch. Foo's one of our VIPs. What can you do? So anyway, Alex Honnold. Great documentary. Everyone, go watch Free Solo. It's amazing. Yeah.
Well, there's the dude that used to do free climbing, and then he also came up with where he'd like go into like Zion National Park and like Monument Park, right? Where they have the big arches and stuff.
Yeah.
And he would free climb it, and then he would attach a rope to the middle of it, and then he would just jump off. And if you jump out instead of down, then you can just swing. It's like a little. Yeah, well, not surprisingly, he missed once and is dead now.
Yeah, I think that that guy might even get mentioned. That guy might even get mentioned in free solo because it might have occurred while they were making that.
Oh,
And so I think it gets mentioned. Like this was a guy that he knew, of course, because it's a super small community. It would be like one of us
Right.
died making your comic. Like we would know, you know, it would come up. But like it's,
Yeah.
but I'm assuming it's the same guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, because I was into rock climbing around the time that they were both doing this.
Yeah.
Because I was
I
going
think
3 to 5
Honnold is
times
sort
a
of
week.
backed off. I don't know, but I feel like he's said many times he'll never quit, but I don't think he's doing like quite as audacious a thing as like the El Capitan thing.
Well,
Like,
good, because literally up until that point, everybody who has decided I'm just a free climber now, they die.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just again, it's almost like the die rolls of someone whose chute doesn't open but they survive.
Yeah.
Like no matter how skilled you are, no matter how dialed in your technique is, no matter what kind of level of fitness, anytime you take on something like that, it's just die rolls the whole time. And even if you've worked every variable in your favor and it's a 1 in 1,000, you'll blow it. 1 in 1,000 is not that great if you have to do 3,000 moves to get up a cliff face. Like
Right.
that's not, you don't, those odds aren't really, like given enough time, you only have to screw up once.
Yeah. Well, and does he dino in that? Sorry, does he jump and leave the face of the rock for a move?
No. Oh,
Okay.
actually, no. And one, you know what? He there's one area that he needs to navigate where that was one of the options, and he ended up feeling like it was just way too outrageous,
Okay.
like just way too risky. But as a result, the alternative was real ropey. Like it was,
Like
it
a
was
lot
the
more
thing
work.
where he had to hold on with 2 hands and 1 foot and basically kick one leg out really far to find the next spot. Like you really are kind of kicking away from the rock wall. And it was something that he had to practice a lot because it was just it was just hard to do right. But the alternative was to jump and double dino or something. And he was like, I just can't, without a rope that high up, I can't get my brain around doing that. You know, so.
Yeah. Dino's like my favorite move. But I don't free.
It looks really cool, but without a rope, I think
it's very cool. But
yeah.
you know, I used to be 135 pounds and now I'm not. So that's a big difference.
Well, that's another thing that will check you out of movies. Like the first Batman Begins, one of my favorite parts. Christian Bale is saving Liam Neeson, who's unconscious. They're sliding down this slope over to a cliff.
Right.
Liam Neeson goes over. Christian Bale grabs him with one arm. He's on his back on this cliff face with Liam Neeson, who's a much bigger guy, hanging off. And he basically bench curls Liam Neeson back up on top of the cliff, which is like, I don't care who you are. You're never doing that. You both are going over the cliff. Like, you both are going to die today. Like, I'm sorry. That's just not a thing. But anyway, it looks cool. It's a Batman movie. What do you want?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. If we get into the physics of Batman movies, that's going to be another 20 hours. So
that was always my thing. A lot of people say they like Batman because it's the most realistic. It's the least realistic. Like the idea that this is a normal guy doing these things makes it the least plausible. You know, this guy absolutely would have gotten a concussion by now and be dead in an alley. Some guy would be knifing him in an alley while he was unconscious. No doubt. But
but
he's Batman. That is true. Counterpoint. But he's Batman.
So I took a writing course from not Capullo, the Scott Snyder.
Yeah.
The guy who wrote the Batman 52, right? And anyway, and he said the best definition of Batman that he's ever come across, because he's a big proponent of like versions of characters. He loves, you know, he had somebody tell him one time, like, listen, don't try to do anything in continuity. You just do your Batman, and then somebody else will come and do their Batman. And so he says they're all valid. Like, I love the Lego Batman. I love the Nolanverse Batman. I love my Batman. I love emo Batman. They're all great Batman, right?
Right.
He says the only consistent factor in Batman's personality, in his character, and anything, including his backstory, is that Batman always wins. That's
He always wins, and he can do anything.
That's the defining factor, is he's a human that cannot lose.
Yes.
So, yeah.
That's true. Let me tell you, Batman is one of my favorites. So, like, I totally cool, but, you know, I have to bristle when people say, I like it because it's the most realistic. Batman going to ninja school is realistic to you. That checks out. That's something. But anyway.
CB is asking, what did you think overall of Snyder's writing course? For the price, I thought it was very good, because basically you sign up. I think it's like $70 or something, and you get access to behind the scenes stuff for a year. And so I did his Substack thing. And I don't know how many videos he's got. I think he did 20 plus videos that were like several hours a piece, and each one was like talking about a different thing. I feel like it was a little bit rambly and kind of looser as far as like a structured course. I didn't feel like it was like a curriculum based. From a pedagogical standpoint, it wasn't super strong, what they call scaffolding, which is like the structure of it. But the content was phenomenal and well worth the price. I probably would have paid twice as much or more for the value of the content.
What is
the price? In addition to that, it's like, he's like, hey, I'm going to have Capullo come on, and I'm going to talk to the dude who's writing Batman right now, Tinian, and I'm going to talk to this guy. And like, so he has all these guests on, and then he tells all these stories that, because you're behind a paywall, he said, I normally wouldn't tell these stories, but you know, here's what was going on. And that was, as like a comic book nerd, it's pretty interesting to know that, to like, he's like, let me read you some of the emails of me and Capullo when we first started doing this together and hated each other. And he thought I was this like kind of prissy little wuss who was just this entitled, you know, like young kid. And I thought he was this old curmudgeonly guy, and we just like were at each other's throats. And he was like reading us all of these email correspondence between the two of them.
Wow.
That almost is worth the price of admission.
Yeah,
and then now they're like best friends and consider each other brothers and whatever. But like at one point in time, like he was, because he's insecure about his writing, he was overwriting what he wanted Capullo to do. And Capullo came back and was like, dude, I'm an industry veteran of like decades. Like I've been doing this longer than you've been out of diapers, you know?
Right.
And Snyder comes back and it's like, dude, I've won an Eisner, you know? And Capullo's like, oh, I'm sure your mom's very proud, you know? And they were like, they're like at each other's. There's a ton of stories like that are really interesting. And then the way that he writes is fascinating, because talk about writing from reality. He writes horror, but everything that he writes is coming from a real thing in his life. And so to like enjoy the Batman stories and be like, yeah, Court of Owls was cool, you know, that was a good thing. And or you know, Death in the Family was a good little run. It was whatever. But like Death in the Family came from, his wife gets pregnant, and immediately he is terrified that he's going to be a horrible father. And so he writes this entire story about how Batman's a horrible father. And like, it's all coming from a real place. And so, you know, him punching Robin in the face and knocking out a tooth that just so happened to be implanted there when he was a kid in the circus from the Court of Owls, that's kind of dumb. But the rest of it is pretty good, you know, like human writing where it's good, like human interaction. And it's all coming. He really talks about like, find something in your life that scares you or that you love or that you hate, and then like extrapolate that out. Like his whole series, The Witches, came from when he was a kid, he was wandering around in the woods and found this car like several miles in the middle of the woods from anything, just like, and the forest was like almost had swallowed it. And the entire thing, the entire story of the witches came from this idea of like, maybe there are places that are just preserved from time that draw people in. Anyway, I thought it was good. I thought it was a good thing.
So how much is the course?
I think, well, it's not really a course as much as it is like you're subscribing to his behind the scenes Substack.
Right.
And he uses that as so he teaches. So he's launching the second year called Comic Writing 102. And he's outlined like what he's going into in year 2. I'm not re-upping for year 2.
Okay.
But I didn't cancel my subscription. I put it on hold for 6 months. Mainly that was, and this is probably sounds like an excuse, but I'm almost too busy making things to spend the time I need to get out of the course. Like, it's like one of those things where it's like,
yeah,
I'd like to take a master class in that, but really, when I did my master's, I stopped making my comic. I stopped making everything because I spent 40 to 60 hours a week doing my master's, which probably only required 20 hours a week, but I wanted to get my money's worth out of it. And so, like, I'm not re-upping for year 2 because I don't think I can dedicate the 5 to 10 hours a week that I should.
Yeah.
If I was really going to get the benefit out of it.
I'm signed up on the mailing list for a local art college that every week they put out an email like, these are the live models we're going to have this week, doing different things like costume stuff or pose or portrait or nude or whatever the thing is. And I get the things every week, and every week I'd be like, boy, I'd really love to do that. And every week it's like, I don't have time. Like, I can't, but I keep subscribed because I imagine, like, maybe when I'm done drawing, I'll watch all these movies and read all these comics and start taking classes here and there. Like, I'll do all these things. But watch Prime.
I'll tell you a Substack that people should subscribe to because it doesn't require a lot out of you is mine.
There you go. I was going to say, if you have things to pitch, now's the time.
And it's free. So yeah, go sign up for go to corykerr.com/email and you can get on my Substack where I rant for about an hour a week. And then there's no homework and you will not be better for it or need to put in any work.
I forgot about the Snyder course. I may have to look into it. Another one I've been thinking about is Alan Moore's, but I fear Moore's course would be him over explaining things that just sound sophisticated. That's probably a safe prediction. But I've also seen, is that the one they're advertising on Facebook all the time? Alan Moore teaching writing. I am intrigued because I love Alan Moore, but I also would share CB's concerns that maybe I'd rather watch Gaiman's because I feel like even though there are other hazards with Gaiman, at least I think it would be very entertaining and fun to listen to.
Have you read his book From the Cheap Seats?
No.
It is a collection of his speeches and forewords and articles that he's written. It's just that alone, I think, is maybe one of the best things on writing I've ever read.
Yeah.
And he's so good at explaining things that, and I feel like Alan Moore, I don't know if he's good at explaining things because it feels like everything that he creates is really good, but it comes from this like eccentric madness. That's the
thing. Like, and I don't know if this is unfair to Moore because I haven't watched his thing, but my impression is Alan Moore is probably very good at explaining how to be Alan Moore.
Right.
And like that's not useful to me. That's not where I think every time I've seen Neil Gaiman talk about something, he's giving you just basic, like a sense of how to approach something that I think is maybe more portable.
Well, and he has said that he has never wanted to write the same type of book twice. And so even in the way that he writes, he tries to write differently. And he's definitely got a voice, but he tries to write differently every single book that he writes.
Yeah.
So
I've got to start Sandman. on Netflix. I haven't.
I haven't even.
That's another thing on the list that it's like I don't know when I'll have time, but I've heard great things. Like I'm shocked. I remember Josh a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago was like, Sandman's gonna be awesome. I'm excited about Sandman. I was like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, like Netflix series, we'll see. And like I haven't started it yet, but just about everything I've read is like it's legit. It's like it's really good. And they did a really good job. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I listened to the first audiobook, having never read the comics. So it was my only experience with Sandman. One of those chapters was so horrific that I almost never want to interact with that franchise again.
Yeah.
I'm just not into horror.
There's some disturbing stuff.
I really enjoyed a lot of it, most of it. But there's like that cafe scene, and if there's anything even remotely close to that in the like what my own mind came up with is going to haunt me forever, and I don't want somebody else's vision of that to also be introduced with sound and visuals and timing and music and
I'm curious. I'm curious. I do feel like I heard that the cafe scene is in this season, this first season.
Yeah, I'm almost totally interested in them.
But I've only seen the little clips they've released as teasers. Like I saw a little bit of Gwendolyn Christie as Lucifer, and that was about it. So like that's you know, but
now I would watch the episode that I doubt they did on the God of Cats.
I don't know. Depends. I forgot which comics this first season is supposed to encompass. Like I don't remember how far into it. Because I mean, how many? Sandman is like what, 75 issues or so? I don't know. It's like it's enormous. So I don't. Yeah. And I think this is pretty much just the first leg of it, like maybe the first dozen or something. But
you know, another one that I really enjoyed of his that I haven't seen the adaptation of is American Gods.
I'd love to watch that too. Yeah.
Have you read that book?
I know I haven't. I actually am totally unfamiliar, but I've never read it. I'm totally into the premise though, and I remember hearing the series was cool, so I was kind of curious to watch it.
Oh, have you watched the series?
No, none of it.
Oh, okay. Read the book.
Okay.
Listen to it. It's a really good audiobook. You can do it while you're drawing.
I've got a ton of Audible credits, so I can do that.
Yeah. American Gods is good. And then another one of his that it seems like it's in the same vein, but it is drastically different, is Good Omens. Good Omens is him and Terry Pratchett. And if American viewers might not recognize Terry Pratchett, but Terry Pratchett is phenomenal. Is a satirist of life. He is great. Anyway, it's almost the last thing Terry Pratchett did before he died. And they wrote this book together, and it is about the Antichrist getting mixed up at birth in the hospital and being raised by somebody else.
It's a fun premise.
Yeah, it's great. I think I've got to go because I'm about to have a coffee.
Yeah, the coughs are coming, but
yeah,
I've heard Good Omens is really good.
Yeah, it's quite good. Anyway,
we're losing Paul. He's ice cream coma is setting in. Fu disputes the idea that Batman always wins. Robin died, broken back, son died, Batgirl was shot, Alfred was killed.
I think people around Batman don't do well.
They suffer. They suffer for him being Batman, for sure.
Yeah, but he...
And then Squatch points out all his words turned gay, and now he's a bisexual. Is that true? Is Batman a bisexual now? I don't even want to know. I don't know. Just don't even answer the question. I don't care. I have not read a... now I'm coughing. A current superhero comic in I have no idea how long. Like I'm totally out of the loop on what Superman is doing today, what Batman is doing today, what Wolverine is doing today. I don't know. I've heard some things about X-Men, what's going on with X-Men today, and it's kind of reinforced my feeling that like I'm fine. I'm good. You know, I prefer indies. So
Yeah. I've always preferred indies, but I did like Snyder's run on Batman.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on now with him though.
I don't know what's going on. I know they showed us.
Aren't there like 15 Batman books that come out every month or something? I mean,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like Spider-Man, aren't there like a dozen different Spider-Man books? Like I don't. So I hate to sound like such an old man, but I remember in my day, like it was way easier to keep all this continuity straight, and that's even when they were doing like Secret Wars and stuff. That was like a little like, who knows the Beyonder? How does this all fit together? Like even that was a little weird, but it was still way more easy to follow than like now. Like now, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't even know if I walked my nephew in a comic book store, like what to even. I would think it's totally overwhelming. Like where I don't even. What would he grab? He'd grab something based on the cover, and he would probably be lost immediately. It's like, what's going on? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's.
Well, you'd start with Invincible #1 and tell him you got to make it through half a dozen issues before it gets good, but then it gets really good.
Okay. Start with Invincible.
That's where you'd start him. You'd start
Don't let him cruise the stand where it's all like 18 versions of Batman and She-Hulk. Like focus him. Here, I'm going to give you a copy. The first dozen Invincibles.
Yeah. If I could point my camera up, you'd see the second bookshelf that's above this bookshelf, and like 18 inches of it is Invincible.
Wow.
See,
so I know I need to get on the Invincible train. Everybody tells. I want to just check something. I want to fact check something that Fu is saying. Yeah, I'm going to dispute at least Spider-Man 2099. I was unfamiliar. That came out, I think, around my senior year in high school. So I was kind of like, most of my comic, when it comes to the big two, the biggest comic enthusiasm I ever had was probably from ages 10 to 16, somewhere in there, which would have been like late 80s, late 80s, early 90s. So like Spider-Man 2099, that was not a thing. Like again, it was like Secret Wars 2, I think. That was the one with Beyonder, right? Where Beyonder came and I think so. And where
I was
Spider-Man
really
gets
poor.
the symbiote suit for the first time.
Yeah.
On the thing, like all that. That was sort of the era I was like, and like all like G.I. Joe, Real American Hero, like the original Marvel, like I was way, like I could have told you anything about that. I was pretty into X-Men, pretty into Spider-Man. So like it was about the 90s era where that's where I kind of checked out. Not to hurt any younger comic fans' feelings out there, but like that was like Image, Spawn, like stuff like that where it's like it was not what I wanted from a comic, And so even when I hate to say it, sorry if there's fans out there, again, my personal taste, I'm not saying it's bad, but like I never responded to McFarlane as an artist. And like even the Spider-Man comics he drew, I remember looking at those and being like, what is this? This isn't Spider-Man. This isn't my Spider-Man. So like that was about when I was kind of like losing interest. There was an era, really like 80s and early 90s, where I was way into comics, and then it shifted to the next generation, which is fine. Every generation needs their own comics. But like it was moving on, and I was like not into what it was moving on to. And I see a lot of that today. You hear it all the time. That's the whole topic now, is comics are reinventing for somebody else. And like a lot of people were like me in the 80s, where they're like, that's not what I want. That's not what I want.
Gary, I'm astounded.
Astounded?
Todd McFarlane.
No, I don't. I've never been a fan.
Wow. Oh,
No.
that's interesting.
Yeah, I know.
You lost a subscriber. Foo's gone.
I know, yeah, it could be. I don't know. I don't know where people fall on the see Foo's like. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's like he's fine. I like that you like him, but like I don't know. I think it's probably maybe this is going to sound pretentious. I don't mean it that way, or patronizing. Patronizing. I feel like I might have been a little too old for Spawn. Now, and I'm assuming people who are into Spawn are like just a few years younger than me or down. Yeah. I think when I encountered Spawn, all I saw was, it just seemed very like edgy for the sake of edginess. And his armor had all these spikes for no reason. And it was very grimdark. And to me, I was just aging out of that stuff. Where if I had found that when I was 13, I would have been like, this is awesome. But like when I found it, I was probably like 18. And I was like, this is kind of like, this is for young. I had the same reaction. Here's even more. I'm sorry, everybody. Kind of my reaction to Deadpool. Like like Deadpool, I get it. It's fine. I love the movie's hilarious. It's fine. But to me, it's like Deadpool's for 14-year-olds. And I encountered Deadpool way after 14. And so I was just kind of like, yeah, it's funny. But that's not like, I want something else. Like I'm not looking for that anymore. If I had found this at the right age, I would have loved it. And I just wasn't that age anymore. So not saying Deadpool's bad, not saying Spawn is bad, not saying McFarlane. I'm being very careful here.
Yeah.
Whereas love spaghetti webbing. Yeah, I wasn't sure how I felt about spaghetti webbing, and I wasn't sure how I felt about his proportions. I was more, say what you will about like 80s and prior era comics, but it was more classic anatomy, and I think the 90s is right when they started pushing it. Like to really like kind of a very stylish extreme. Not bad, not wrong, but just they weren't trying to like actually make these people look even vaguely like a human being. And I just at that, I was like, no, I want to see, it's even with D versus M now, I want to see real people. Like I want to see real figure drawing. I don't want to see like a super extreme, like it was just my taste. It wasn't, but anyway.
You just said so many things.
I said a lot of things there. A lot of people here are gonna. That's fine. That's fine.
I intentionally didn't interrupt you so many times because I'm trying to leave.
I know. That's it.
But that was
still just preference, guys. They used to go best known disputandum. On matters of taste, there's no argument. I like chocolate. You like strawberry. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah,
like
you can be wrong. That's fine.
Yeah,
you're allowed. Jim says, "Are you
still we are. Somehow that happened."
Yeah, that's fascinating because when the Deadpool movie came out, I was probably, when did Deadpool do his thing with Mr. Tolliver? It's probably like 94. I bet I was 14.
Yeah.
When that hit. And I was the guy in my high school, the only one. I gotta go. My wife's calling me. The only one who is like reading that. And I remember like 6 of my high school friends that I hadn't spoken to in 20 years either called me or messaged me to like thank me for introducing them to Deadpool so that they could enjoy that movie on a deeper level.
Yeah.
And anyway, yeah. So
I don't dislike Deadpool. Again, I thought that movie was great, and I read Deadpool comics, and it's just not. I don't know. It's one of those things where if I had encountered it at a younger age, I think I would have liked it a lot more. And it was just something that hit me at the wrong time. And that's everything. Like that's even Star Wars, show some 32-year-old who's never seen a Star Wars movie, A New Hope, and see if they respond the same way you did when you were 7. It's not going to.
Or show a 7-year-old in 2022 that movie and see if
right. It's a state-specific thing. Like that you kind of need, it needs to be the right timing. I liked Wolverine. I liked Snake Eyes. Spawn wasn't like that. That's not what I wanted, but
Yeah.
So
Well, that's a lot of stuff that you just said.
That's a lot of stuff. The internet can digest that today. Sorry, everybody.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. I just would like to continue talking to you, but I really do have to go.
Yes, I need to go too. I need to be drawn. Squatch he's losing his mind right now. He's probably driving here as we speak, like driving to like knock on the door and ask me why I'm not working. So, all right. But I appreciate you dropping in and I really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, that was fun.
Is there anything you want to plug before you dash and I shut this down?
Just my email newsletter. That's where the comic and the animations and all this stuff. I will be releasing Shades, my animated short film about augmented reality, soon. I'm in the process of finalizing the sound. I've got a final edit. So if you want to know about that, then you got to get on my email newsletter because those are the people that are going to hear about it first. So
cool.
And maybe the only people that hear about it at all, since the algorithm doesn't show the people that follow me on social media anything that I want them to show them. So
you never know. Might still be a big secret to everybody. So,
So
all right. Well, everyone, I will see you all next week when I am starting page 28. And that's it. So thanks for dropping by. Thanks for watching on the rewatch, and we'll all see you then. So.